What?
Yep, that's our dynamic.
all Zoe and Mason. That's exactly how it goes.
That's how we work. I'm the
Yeah.
really chipper fun one, and you're.
I'm the dour one. I'm the Eeyore.
Oh no, not the
Yeah.
Eeyore.
It's true.
I really like Eeyore though. I wish him the best. And
I
wish
do
you
really
the
like
best,
Eeyore.
Mason.
Oh, thank you. I'm gonna need it
Yeah, because you're doing your fucking taxes.
because I'm doing my taxes. You think Eeyore has to do taxes? I think he's the only guy who has to do taxes.
Yeah, he's
in
the
100
only
Acre
one.
Wood.
The only inhabitant
Yeah.
of the 100 Acre Wood that does taxes. I think
Like,
Owl.
Rabbit thinks he has to.
No, I think Eeyore has to do them. Owl does them, but doesn't have to. That's what I
Yeah. I think Rabbit thinks he has to, and he gets worried about it until somebody tells him he doesn't have to.
yeah. Like he's super stressed about it, and someone goes like, "Rabbit, we don't have taxes," and he's just like,
Except Eeyore.
"Except Eeyore." it's like he's all stressed, and then someone's like, "Rabbit, we don't have to do taxes," and then like the camera like zooms in on his face with like big eyes, like, "What? Huh?" And then zooms back out real quick. It's like, "Except Eeyore," and then it just begins zooming in on him again.
Except Eeyore.
Except Eeyore.
Why is everything gotta go
That's
bad for my man Eeyore?
Eeyore is
Yeah.
you know, he's
Because
miserable.
Eeyore, he's got those like tiny little glasses. He's like checking papers. He's at his desk.
He's doing that thing. He's doing that thing where his like mouth is a little bit open, his head is tilted upward a little bit, and he's like looking down on it. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you know that kind of reading glasses look.
Yeah.
Anyway, hi everybody.
Alright.
Here, there's an ad now because thank you guys so much. Thank you so much to let's see. Dynalobe, Deaga, KQ Gray, and One Man Biker Gang for the and Triple Space just now for the for the subscriptions. And do not feel bad about it at all, but you guys caused a hype train, and when there's a hype train, Twitch automatically snoozes the ads, which is annoying. So if you're not hearing me say this right now, blame Twitch, not the subscribers. Thank you so much, subscribers. I value you. Twitch, fuck you. What have you ever
I'm
done?
neutral on you subscribers.
Yeah, you should unsubscribe from Twitch. Anyway, so we're gonna have an ad right now. We're having an ad. We're currently having an ad, but I'm here with my friend Mason.
Hi, I'm Eeyore. Mason.
Oh, we're still doing this. Hold on.
Well, I'm eating my bagel.
Oh yeah, okay. Hold on a second. How do I do it again? How do you do Winnie the Pooh again? I'm trying to find like the trigger phrase,
really
you know?
good.
I could really
Oh, bother.
I could really go for blood. No, I don't got it anymore. Also, I don't know why I said blood. I don't know why that's the first thing instead of honey. I don't know.
I can't find any deductions this year. I'm gonna have to pay in full.
I'm so sorry. I'm Winnie the Pooh.
It's me, Wheat Horse Girl.
Yeah, recent Wheat Horse Girl.
I'm
All
Wheat
your
Horse
Wheat
Girl.
Horse expenses are really stacking up now when you look at your taxes, huh?
Yeah, I'm looking at my taxes going, oh fuck, oh man, all the Golden Girls DVD box sets that I bought. It's coming back to bite me.
It sounds quiet compared to the tunes. What the fuck, dude? Why is this shit always happening? What's even doing it this time? I don't know. Oh, hold on a second. Blah 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 blah. I'm talking. Do let me know if I'm too loud or too quiet or something. What was I talking about? I just had the idea of having a 100-acre wood sauna.
You should.
Being a plush toy like that, that'd be so cute. still quiet. What the fuck? What about now? Okay, now I'm too loud, I think. What about now? Blah 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 blah. No, that's still loud. Ah. Okay, what about now?
It's really funny on my end.
Oh yeah, I'm sure. Like you just hear no difference.
Yeah.
Do tell what it sounds like now. That is better. Okay. I haven't even played any Sea of Thieves today. Sea of Thieves tends to fuck with the audio. I don't know. Very strange. Oh well.
Maybe close my door one sec.
Okay.
One moment.
In the meantime, I'm ending this song, even though it's cool as hell.
What are you eating?
Wah wah wah.
Nice, let's go.
Oh, dude, this song is also cool as hell. But yeah, what is
I
that?
am a shit store.
That emote that you're using, Ghost of Christmas Future, the first one. What is that? What game is that from?
Okay, I'm back. Woo!
Villainous or Malice? Was it called Malice? Also, welcome back.
What are we talking about?
The first emote that Ghost of Christmas Future used in chat.
Oh, I fucking weird. I like recognized that just barely.
It's from like a weird ass like PS2 game where you're playing as like I had at one point found out about it and then watched part of a video, like a gameplay video. I am not sure what it's actually about, but it's like you're like a former god or something who's just like a punk girl. And she goes around beating people with a big hammer or something? I don't fucking know.
How PS2?
Very PS2. I love the PS2, dude. Like, in terms of the general vibe of its library, that's probably my favorite one.
Yeah. I think a PS2 and a PS4 will get you pretty much any game you want.
Yeah. So true. Here, yeah, we got Polar Stars here missing a head for some reason. I don't know what's up with that. I mean, I know it's been happening, I just don't know why. But yeah, for some reason, Stream Avatars has just been fucky, and sometimes you guys are missing body parts. I don't know why. Can't seem to fix it either this time. Well, you just don't have a head. Sorry. Why do you need the PS4? It has Bloodborne.
Yeah.
That's the only reason.
The real answer, I think it has a really solid library eventually.
Yeah, I recently have acquired a PS4 at the beginning of this year from a friend, and now I've got access to Bloodborne, Little Big Planet 3, which I beat the other day. Very nice little game. I wish Sony hadn't killed it. The Gravity Rush games. Others. Shadow of the Colossus remake.
Are you thinking of PS4 games? Sorry, that was
I'm trying to think about PS4 games, and it was like, Mason, don't just let me suffer.
Let's see here. It's the best way to play the Kingdom Hearts HD collection.
No, that's on PC. Sorry.
Well,
No, no! Zoe was alone! Can you blow my U button forced to reload? Oh, I probably could. I think you can do that also if you do like explosion mode explode or explosion mode kill or something. Or maybe I have to do that. Anyway, I can do that. Oh, hey, I fixed you.
It's like if you ever want to play like a AAA game that isn't Nintendo, the PS4 probably has it.
Yeah. Or again, PC. Girl,
or again, PC.
What'd you say?
Girl, why are you a rectangle? Well,
you're because of the game we're about to play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I have great news for you. How alone can this Thomas really be?
Not that alone, I think, because like
we're here.
We're literally here, you know.
We're literally here.
Yeah, and you know, I know another great way to show that Thomas is not alone, and that's by sticking a bunch of eggs on the left side of the screen. If you guys have put one
Perfect.
little point, you can already spend it on a funny little egg, and we're gonna put all the eggs together in a big stack on the left side of the screen, and we're gonna do that. We're gonna... shut up. We're gonna do that right about now-ish, starting with Dynalope!
Woo!
And then we've got KQ Gray,
Oh my god.
Esteemed Jester,
Wow.
Just Some Trends Girl, Slash O Lantern, Fake the Funk, Good Night Fira, and Ghost of Christmas Future, thank you so much for subscribing. Deaga, Dr. Rudy G. Numpad, Polar Stars, Triple Space, Ghost of Christmas Future, and The Real Nephronis. Thank you all so much for the starting eggs. Wow. Where was our clapping?
Hmm?
Was that
The
you?
eggs.
Did
Yes.
you do that?
Yeah.
Okay, that was so confusing because I clicked. That happened right as I pressed my play music button, but no music played because I had closed VLC Media Player due to reasons that
I
I'm not
see. I see.
So it was so weird. Hi.
That one wasn't me.
No, I figured. Oh, dude, it'd be like that sometimes from Hive Swap Friends Sim by James Roach. Let's fucking go. This is Chixie Roismer's theme. That's my favorite character. You'll love to see it. Anyway, also we've got a head for Derek of Mason's choosing.
Let's see here.
I've already have a whole
something-
collection here, but you can also.
Well, this is the rectangle game, so your most square hat you got.
The most square head I've got. I think that'd be Broadcast Queen's head.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Here we go. Very, very nice.
I genuinely knew nothing about Thomas Was Alone. I'm very excited.
So yeah, Thomas Was Alone. I'll give a little. I'll launch the game. Hold on. Okay. There we go. You can see it, yeah, Mason?
Yes.
Good. And Chet can now also see it. So, Thomas Was Alone is a little game from some year or other. Back when indie games were still very new, fresh, an uncharted frontier. Who knows what was possible? Could they be used for minimalist storytelling? Or however you want to describe it? Yes, said Thomas Was Alone, where you play as a rectangle named Thomas, who was alone. From the bygone era of 2012, this game is 13 years old. That is insane to me.
Oh my god.
Fuck.
Wow.
Yeah.
Congrats on being a teenager.
Yeah, really though. It is a side-scrolling platformer about a rectangle who was alone. I don't know what else to tell you. That's what you're gonna get.
I mean, this is working pretty well for me so far. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, right. It was one of those first little indie games that I played where I went, where I really thought that like this is like you've got something real special here, you know? Not in the sense of like something like Meat Boy succeeding is cool, but Super Meat Boy is just it. You know, it's just sort of like
It's a fun platformer.
It's just a fun platformer. And not to be like, oh, games as art discussion or whatever, but Thomas Was Alone was where I was like, wow, this is something that like indie games can do that like a big game probably wouldn't, because they have too many, you know, too much expectations, too many shareholders and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
And luckily, we're still getting games like this today, such as our dearly beloved Kitten Burst.
I love you, Kitten Burst. I've been thinking about Kitten Burst a lot lately for whatever reason.
I've been wanting to replay it.
I've also been wanting to replay it.
Dude,
really
we should
bad.
replay it.
We should replay
Do another
it.
stream series. Let's go.
Just do it again. Why
Exit. Thomas was alone. Let's go get immersed.
not?
I still haven't installed. It's like one of those games that I never uninstalled. Just like a short hike.
Yeah, well, it's like Happy's on there. I can't not have Happy
No,
on my
right?
computer.
Right.
You
That's what
know?
I'm saying. Link to replaying to replay in July. Absolutely, you fucking shit. Also, Dynalope is watching for bed to be ultra comfy cozy. Yay!
Oh, delightful.
Oh, you're gonna have a nice time, especially with the music in this game. The soundtrack is beautiful.
I'm very excited.
Also, speaking of haze,
I-
real quick. Speaking of hiking, Mason, I gotta tell you about an idea that I had yesterday as I was
Oh.
hiking.
Oh.
I would love to hear your opinion on it after the stream because it's gonna take like an hour.
Oh. I see.
Oh, KQ Gray's gonna be your HRT-versary game. Awesome!
Oh, congrats, Keiki Gray.
That rules. Congratulations in advance.
Kitten versus very transgender, so this is a good pick.
Oh, 100%, absolutely. So yeah, Thomas Was Alone is a very special little game. It touched me when I first played it, and I haven't replayed it since, so I'm very excited to do so, and see if
Oh.
it still holds up. And for Mason to be like, yeah, this is awesome, and then I'll be like, this still holds up, fuck yeah.
Yeah, I remember I saw it when I was like a teenager, and I was like, oh, like whatever, it's like a pretentious indie game, you're squares. But now that I'm an adult and I'm not jaded anymore,
Yeah,
I'm actually really excited to play it.
right. I think, whoa. I think I probably originally got it from like a Humble Bundle or something, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Different colors. So I don't know if I had this concept of like, oh, this, if I had thoughts of this is too pretentious for me, or if I just like, if either I went, I don't have a concept of things being pretentious for me, let's play a game. If I went, this is pretentious for me, this is pretentious video game, but I got it for free, so let's check it out. Or if there was some other, maybe like there was a reviewer that like recommended it or something, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember why I started playing it.
Yeah, it's one of those games that just kind of shows up in your library, because I think I have it too. For some reason. So.
Oh man, you should have been playing it anyway. Too late now.
Yeah.
It's fine.
I can't be a gamer. I can't be a gamer. I have my girlfriend over.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, no. Can't be a gamer anymore. Sorry, your gamer license has been revoked. You're in a
Yeah, my
loving
gamer
romantic
license.
relationship.
I love you.
Back in the day, I was just a big fan of the pretentious flesh game genre, so it was a perfect fit for me. No, actually, that
It's a
checks
great
out.
genre.
That checks
Yeah.
out actually, because I do remember playing shit like that already. So fair enough.
There
I think
was
I
a,
just saw this and was like, oh, this does seem like I might like it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There was a pretentious flash game forever ago about like being like a kind of like a Moai statue that just like waits for eons for things to happen.
Oh,
I remember that one was pretty fun.
yeah, that kind of stuff.
Anybody knows what I'm talking about?
I don't think I've seen that one. But speaking of waiting for things, should we stop waiting for something to happen and just make it happen?
Oh yeah, we should probably be squares and rectangles.
We should be little rectangles. The program was a failure. People forget this. It was a massive flop. Dakota started adding name strings to the AIs as a joke. Thomas AT23612 wasn't special. It's just an okay, bye.
Thomas was alone. Wow. A weird first thought to have.
It's gotta make
He can't be that alone.
Oh, can't be that alone. We're right here. Let me know, chat, if the audio is too quiet. I might. Actually, I'm just gonna. Well, can't change that. That's already
It's
I hope you guys
the
can
least
hear
most quiet you can get.
Yeah, I hope you guys can hear the narration. So this is Thomas.
Hey Thomas. Hey King.
Hey, King.
Or Queen? I don't know. Thomas is a rectangle.
Yeah. It's a 3 squares and rectangles. I think
Yeah.
the game is fine. Yeah, audio might actually be a little bit loud. The game's kind of loud. What the fuck, dude? I don't get this. Like, what? think your voices are lower than the game too. That is insane because I'm looking at the audio levels and we are so far above the game. What?
Thomas is a girl to me for reasons I will not disclose. Yeah,
No need. We understand.
no need. Sometimes you see a character and you're like, that's a girl.
That's a girl.
And because you're enlightened.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, I lowered the game audio a little bit. Let me know if it's better now.
Oh, it looks like those screamer mazes.
It does. Maybe it is. Who's to say? Maybe it's like the part in Kittenburst.
Yeah, I'm thinking about the part in Kittenburst now. All games really come back to Kittenburst.
For posterity. 1.
Posterity,
The
huh?
whole alone thing. 2. Portals. They led somewhere. He'd yet to work out where. 3. Falling.
Nodding.
Thomas was absolutely fantastic
Writing
at
this down.
falling. He was almost as good at falling as he was at observing.
Indie games love having a vaguely British narrator talk about the events of the game.
Absolutely, but this is probably like one of the first.
Oh yeah.
What sound card did you buy? Might be worth looking into it. Oh, that's a good question, actually. That's a good idea.
Okay, interesting. Thomas couldn't fall past this block. Think, damn it, think. What if there was some kind of inverted fall? Some way to... what's the word? Jump.
Stanley was alone.
What's it called?
Oh.
Thomas had solved the great inverted fall mystery.
Good for him. So
Good
proud
job,
of him.
Thomas, dude. So young and already
work, buddy.
accomplishing so much.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah.
Also, Stanley was not alone. The narrator
Stanley was very not alone.
Yeah, Stanley was extremely not alone. Stanley was accompanied every step of the way.
Yeah, Stanley was the most not alone you could probably be.
Yeah. Your every action narrated and scrutinized.
Yeah, trying to think of all the games that you're alone.
Jump. But Thomas
Metroid.
noted there was no real danger in missing it.
Mm.
The world didn't want him to fail here. It was pushing him, but gently.
Oh.
Thomas also has a narrator. Yeah, but we don't. The narrator doesn't seem to be, at least as far as we can tell so far, doesn't seem to be.
This all seemed
oh.
a little dangerous. The world was
what's
not
the
to be
word?
trusted. It was unstable, and it seemed to
The
Thomas
character
that it
in
could let
the
it down
universe.
at any moment.
Well, the narrator in Thomas or in the Stanley Parable is known to Stanley, right? It's well, arguably known to us, the player who play as Stanley, and the narrator addresses Stanley, not the player. So
maybe Stanley was alone.
maybe Stanley was
I'm
alone.
starting to suspect
Maybe Stanley does not
he
know
might
what's going
even be
on.
Doing so on purpose. Paranoia.
My girlfriend looked over to me and just went, "Through the light of Jesus Christ, he's never alone." My
That's
Christian
so
youth
true.
group, but my Thomas was alone themed Christian youth group.
Thomas wondered whether the portals were actually taking him anywhere. He felt like he was making progress, but there wasn't really any way to know. He seemed to be moving predominantly up and to the right, which might, or
Nodding.
might not, be important.
I don't know. Yeah, it's really the situation finder. They'd really be depending though.
Honestly, also, I really imagine, I can believe that by the end of this game, you're going to be able to spin this entire narrative to be about God, to just be like a Christian thing somehow.
Yeah. You know who was alone? Jesus on the cross.
No, it wasn't. His mom was there.
But Thomas could have sworn
His mom was there.
Yeah, his mom was there.
I've actually never known anything about the Bible.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, the world is changing, buddy.
Designed just for him. He wondered why. Was the world testing him? No. Too obvious.
Harmonic Psyche, I gotta love how you said nyal. Like,
Yeah. That's good. I gotta use that.
Yeah, that's awesome.
My Latina cat girl.
Dude. I need to more visually be a cat girl.
I think that would be good for the soul and body.
Yeah. Have I talked to
Is
you
Jesus in a
about
really?
that?
I don't
I've-
think you have.
Okay, I've awakened to the truth and the admittance that I'm a cat girl, not a fox girl.
That's incredible. Welcome to the club, I say, not a cat girl.
Yeah. Just thanks.
Jesus is like 3 guys. Oh, he's like Sora. Okay.
Yeah,
Something
yeah,
about
sorta.
boiling Toxic glowing water intimidated Thomas. He didn't like it. He certainly didn't want to swim in it.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to summon it either,
He
buddy.
made another mental
Yeah.
note. 4. Water. Not good. To be avoided.
Girl who's only ever played Kingdom Hearts reading her second piece of media, the Bible. Getting some real Sora vibes from this Jesus guy.
She's an olive blood, so she's still me. Yeah, and in light of tomorrow being homesick day, I've been teaching Bun about homesick things.
Oh, that's delightful.
And including the fact that I'm an olive blood, and olive blood is like when your star sign is Leo, aka cat, and all the olive bloods are cat-like. So
Oh yeah, you really are in that cat shit. Hell yeah. That was pretty good. That was pretty good. I have known many girls in my time who can do a surprisingly good cat meow.
No amount of
Yeah, I'm very
observation
good at
or
it. It's
obsessive
awesome.
note-taking could combat that.
Not bad.
combat.
I really love the little like stark lighting here. It's kind of fun.
Yeah, it's nice.
It
helps
I'm
so
already
much.
preferring this over like Braid.
Dude, we were complaining about Braid earlier. Fuck Braid.
Fuck Braid.
Fuck Braid, seriously. Like, the developer, of course, is a shithead. The game also is just not good. It's not worth it. But I love the lighting here so much because obviously this game is extremely visually minimalist, you know?
Mm-hmm.
And so then to have these shadows playing on the screen just helps a lot.
The shadows do a lot. It's
Yeah.
really cool.
Hmm.
Braid is one of those games where it's like just as pretentious as you thought it would be, and also just as not good as you thought it would be.
Yeah.
was training him. He could feel himself getting smarter. There was the mental list to consider. Over the minutes and seconds since his spontaneous generation, he'd become a pretty skilled jumper.
Good job,
Good for
Thomas.
Thomas. Yeah, good job, Thomas. I'm proud of you.
He just wished he had someone to share it with.
Buddy,
Well, you
we're
got us,
right
buddy.
here. Yeah, we're right
Yeah,
here.
we're right
with
here.
you.
We're literally rectangles.
Every proverbial step, because we don't have feet, of the way there.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Fez is better, IMO. I do like Fez more. I don't like the developer, but Fez is the better pretentious indie game.
No, definitely.
Fez does like cool shit that I haven't seen in a game, and Braid does a bunch of shit that I've seen plenty of times since then executed better.
Yes, absolutely. And also just sort of a narrative that sucks.
Yeah. What was with fucking American developers in the like 2010s just like dogging on Japanese developers? What was their fucking problem, man?
I don't fucking know, dude.
What was their fucking issue, dude?
I think it was just like, but we're American. We're supposed to be the coolest. They think they can do anything better than us. Nuh-uh.
Yeah, like it
they're
wasn't
hogging all
even
of the
just
cool
indie
video
devs.
game cred. It's like, yeah, well,
They make cool video games.
yeah,
man. You ever play
it's
Final
because
Fantasy
they make
VII,
good
man?
video games. I don't know, make better ones then. Don't just complain about it.
Yeah. Me going to the foundation of my Medium party and shitting on the foundation. I told the city that would happen.
Third City.
It's been spawn environment
that?
at some point.
Who's
and I
that?
missed a point.
Who's that?
Chris
Oh, we can't be that alone.
Deep
Oh.
dislike to these skinny red rectangles. Who the hell did this Thomas think he was?
Thomas was very much not alone. Look, it's kind of us too.
It is kind of us. How cute. Except we are
Did you want
friends,
us-
unlike this Christopher guy who hates Thomas immediately.
This Christopher Robin guy hates him.
What were you gonna say?
Yeah, Chris was immediately a hater.
Yeah. It's so funny. Like, Chris, is this also the first time you ever see anyone else in your entire fucking life? Why are you immediately
Chris
fuck
had
this guy?
been doing fine. He wasn't the highest jumper, but he'd held his own. He'd even been graceful at times.
Hmm.
Well, not actually.
Yeah, he isn't the highest jumper.
Graceful. It's probably the wrong word, but you know, fine. There was that skinny little runt leaping about like he owned the place.
This is really cute.
Yeah,
I'm very
right?
charmed by this.
No.
The Braid remaster sold like fucking shit. Awesome.
Yeah, it did. It's so funny.
I still love that fucking clip from Indie Game the movie, where like Soulja Boy laughs at his game, and then it cuts to him like
Yeah, and he's-
silently in the shadows staring forward.
Yeah. It's like, they don't get it.
They don't
not
get it.
playing my
Funniest
game
clip
right.
of all time.
It's so fucking ow. It's so fucking
Ow.
funny.
They're
Indie
not
Game the
playing my
movie is
game
so
right.
fucking funny to me. I've talked about this before, where because it's the developer of Braid, the developer of Fez, the developer of Braid is just going like, they don't understand my art. My game is the most important game of all time. And then the developer of Fez is just like being a horrible person to everybody in his life. And then you have, I forgot his name, but the guy who made Super Meat Boy, and he's just like chilling with his bald cat and his wife.
Yeah, Ed McMillan or whatever. Two of the worst, most pretentious assholes in the scene, and then like dude who's chilling with his cool cat and his wife.
Yeah, it's so fucking funny.
This is what being chill will get you: continued success. Your game will not sell like shit.
Uh-huh. Exactly. I love your owl reaction. It's like a psychological glitch. I always have this. It's because I have so much empathy that when a video game character gets hurt, I feel it also.
Yeah, it makes Dark Souls really hard,
Yeah, but also very rewarding.
very rewarding.
Uh-huh.
Okay, this was more like it. A glowy
Hmm.
wax thing. Only Chris could get to it, which of course made it all the more enticing. What would it do? What new opportunity might this switch open up to him?
Let's find out.
Whoa, why'd the text do that? That's cool.
Yeah, right?
Great.
Ooh.
Great. Another chance for Thomas to jump slightly higher. Fortunate. Seriously, this made the whole switch pressing thing entirely worthwhile.
Oh, I'm delighted by this, actually.
Right, it's so cute. But we gotta work together to get up there.
Oh, friendship, actually.
Yeah, even if Christopher doesn't see it that way yet.
Yeah. Well, you know, he'll come around. I think Christopher's also a girl.
Yeah, Christina.
Yeah.
The Braid Dev thinks local
Was this
multiplayer.
good? Because on the surface, it did not seem good. Chris was pretty scared. The
Oh.
lad seemed fine, happy to be on his merry little adventure.
Yeah.
Chris couldn't shake the feeling that things had taken a significant turn for the worse since Thomas had joined him.
I don't know, man. I think you're being a Debbie
Sure,
Downer.
He'd been able to
Oh.
piggyback his way to ever so slightly higher platforms, but where had that got him? Well, to ever so slightly higher platforms, which was sort of his point.
Hmm.
I wonder if I can. Oh,
That Braid Dev thing is so funny, considering I met a lot of friends through TF2 from people I just did not know.
what, sorry, what did you say?
The Braid thing about multiplayer.
Yeah, like the Braid Dev thinks local multiplayer games are evil because you abuse your existing friends and don't meet anyone new. That's insane. Like, what?
That's crazy, because Jonathan Blow acts like he abuses his friends and doesn't meet anybody new in real
Yeah,
life.
yeah. But it's just like, what kind of insane thing is that to say? Like, that's like
I know.
acting like friends are just a number to increase. You
Insane.
know, like once you have a friend, you now can abandon them and you have to make new ones. What? The point of a friend
wild.
is that you get to have fun together.
I know, that's like the best part about being friends. Hi, Zoe. Hi.
Hi, Mason. Hi, I'm so happy to have fun with you.
Hi, look at you. You're great. You're my friend.
We're funny little rectangles.
Yay. You can use me as a platform.
Aw, great. You can use me as a platform.
Yay.
Yay!
Oh, we're separating.
Don't worry, I'm sure it's only temporary.
Chris
1.5.
stared at Thomas with pure hatred.
Chris is a
He seemed
hater.
So
Why?
very happy at their situation. Friends together, a brave fellowship of quadrilaterals on a quest for greatness.
Yeah, isn't that nice?
Yeah, man.
That would be
Yeah, that's
fine.
great.
But it was all the obvious observation that Thomas was doing which grated. Every time they saw something vaguely new, Chris would hear a satisfied little from the vaulting idiot. He hoped the next portal would split them up, if only for a few levels.
I have a really great little story to tell about grocery shopping yesterday that I think you will enjoy.
Can I say
Which was
make one response first? to what
Yes,
you said?
yes.
I don't remember. I don't remember everything that happens in the game, but I'm really hoping that they do get split up, and then Chris is like, I miss my friend.
I also hope this.
Yeah, that's how Thomas stims. Let him.
Yeah, he goes,
Anyway, go on.
There was a guy at the grocery store in front of me who had a fuck ton of stuff but was like not holding on to it like in like a cart. He was just holding on to it. And we were in a really long line and waiting for like, 8 minutes. And every single time we were in line, every couple minutes he would go, out loud and like stroke his chin and look at like the candy bars on the rack. Straight up some like, don't mind if I do shit.
Dude, have yourself a little treat. It's okay.
He just kept going, yeah, I'd like
Oh,
that,
God.
like out loud to himself.
That's awesome.
I was like, they made these like racks of like candy bars and soda just for him. This one guy who keeps going, out loud and stroking his chin. he did have an idle animation.
Yeah.
Yeah. The only guy to ever do shopping correctly. Don't mind if I do.
Don't mind if I do.
Homer Simpson style shopping.
Yeah.
I love this little music, by the way. This is really charming.
Yeah, the soundtrack is wonderful.
They made stores for him and no one else.
It's all like his stores. We're all just shopping in it.
Straight up. I be in the Winco and I'm never gonna shop as good as that guy. No little treat for me.
Oh, look. Who's this?
Oh my god.
He knew that this was his chance.
John.
A moment to shine. This was game day.
It's game day. It's game day.
It's motherfucking game day.
Thomas was very much not alone.
Yeah, well, Thomas was alone. That's the thing of it.
True.
Okay, let's see. Oh. Chris, you go first. There you go.
Yeah, now we're talking.
Is this gonna be Polyuri the
This
game?
would not do.
Poly
Johnny
stands for
Rude showed
polygon.
his exceptional skills.
It will
As
be
it was, he
in
was
our hearts.
trapped on the wrong side of these little dot things.
Aw, John, don't get yourself down,
Where'd they
buddy.
come from, anyway?
It's game day.
It's game day. Don't you remember?
It's literally game day.
It's literally game day, bud.
Thomas was alone for a little
minutes and
while.
Stuff doesn't roll off the tongue quite as well. That's the full title, yeah, but most people don't know that.
John
Yeah.
inhaled the air of the open space, and it smelled of awesome.
John, you're so
Time
fucking
to
funny.
flex those muscles, to put his training to use. Time to show those little dots how it was done.
John is from 2012. Good for him.
Yeah. Dude, look at these
Oh,
fucking
dude.
jumps. Oh.
Dude, look at these hops, man. John has
Holy
it, dude.
shit.
John decided to press the switch to let the little dots catch up with him. John cared for his new allies.
Oh yeah, John.
You could tell.
John, you're a real
the
one.
sympathetic expression he'd practiced in his mirror all these years.
Okay, this game is cute. This game is cute. I was missing out. I was missing out.
Real though. I'm so happy to be sharing this with you.
I love sharing fun games with you, Zoe. Thank you.
Yeah, I love sharing fun games with you.
Yay.
Yay.
Wow, Josephine and Punkit.
They weren't alone because they had each other.
They weren't alone. Exactly. Friendship forever 1 million.
1 billion.
John's maybe a little full of himself. I think he deserves to be. Did you see those fucking hops?
Yeah, do you see those goddamn hops and that compassion for his allies?
Yeah, he's got it all. Chris is a little hater, but John's going crazy.
Yeah.
This episode said really funny from a one-sided perspective with no visuals, which is what my girlfriend is getting. What?
You're as
Yeah,
good
when
as
you're
John,
with John, you deserve a little.
fullness, exactly.
Yeah. This is basically One Piece to me, you know? I think Chris is Usopp. This is great.
Yeah. No, I can see it.
Hmm.
Wait. I have to do thoughts and stuff.
Yeah. Let's fucking go. I'm realizing now this was totally inspired by like Atari games.
Yeah, it is, yeah.
Egg.
It's kind of funny, that era of like indie games was made by people who like weren't necessarily like
This game's not that.
specifically
Okay. Oh, Jesus Christ. Ooh, does not like being alt-tabbed. Muzz, thank you very much for the egg. Sorry, go on.
yeah. Oh, I was just gonna say like there's a specific era of indie games around this time that like were made by people who didn't grow up with like even the NES. It was like the fucking like Magnavox Odyssey and the Atari and shit like that.
Yeah.
Like VVVVV.
Oh, man, I love that game.
VVV. I think I said that in the right amount of times.
VVV.
People say V6, but they're missing out.
Yeah, people that say V6, you're missing out. People that say VVVVV, you're so right. People that say WWW, all right.
All right, that's kind of freak behavior, but I respect it.
Uh-huh. I gotta be honest, I've never heard anybody except for myself say that. That's what I used to call it, and then I realized how fun it is to say VVVVV.
It's just so fun. It's just so fun.
Yeah. All right, give Mason a sticker of my choice. Let's
Ooh.
see. I'm gonna go ahead and give you. I'm feeling mighty, to be honest.
Hell yeah. Mighty is our John.
That's true. Game moved up for some reason. Oh yeah, wait, is it? Okay, yeah, that's okay. That's okay. I just have to full screen it. It's fine. Okay.
The World Wide Web ×2. So true. www
That's when you're a
Samaritan
vampire,
shit.
I think.
John was happy
The
to keep
World
helping.
Wide Web.
He felt it was important to his image that he was seen to help the little guys.
What? I don't know about that one, John.
Maybe he's a little full of himself.
Yeah. Maybe it's not that important, man.
No.
He does have genuine sympathy, though. We do know this.
Yes.
Perhaps he's just getting too in his own head.
Yeah. Give yourself a sticker of Mason's choice.
Ooh.
Alright. Let's see.
I'm gonna say Tails.
Okay. I thought maybe you would go for Ray because then we would match, but okay. Fine.
Oh wait, yeah, no, hold on, I'm going for Ray. I rescind.
Cool.
Wow. Friends forever, 9 million. Let's go.
Let's fucking go. Okay, and then let's go like this, and then move you back.
The Sega Sonic pals. So true.
Yeah. Just
Maybe move John back a little bit from the wall so you can have them both on there.
oh, yeah, maybe. Yeah, of course. Teamwork, dude. Friendship and everything.
Teamwork. The dream works.
Dude. The dream is functional. Goodbye. Goodbye, Chris.
Chris, I'm sorry, man. You gotta work on your hops. I remember being so excited when Mighty and Ray got announced for Sonic Mania because I knew who those two were.
Yeah. Uh-oh. Okay, wait. It's fine.
Looks like another job for John. I love the Warm Tone brothers in this game.
Yeah. So, move back, move up. Nope.
They came back with the milk. Good for them, yeah. Sonic, finally! I found the fucking Newports I went out to the gas station for.
Eggman was there, I had to fight him for 50 years.
Yeah. It's actually a robot, so it was, you know, I should have seen that one coming.
Go! Nope.
He
Yeah.
didn't mind them so much either. The red one,
Ah.
Thomas, had a charming way of applauding every time John jumps.
I love you, Thomas!
Thomas is the fucking best.
Thomas is a real one. Thomas is our new Happy.
I feel like they would get along so well.
They would get along so well. I'm gonna draw fan art of Happy with Thomas.
Just with a rectangle.
They would get along so good.
Yeah. They both have such like a sense of wonder and whimsy of the world, you know? Can I just like make this jump actually? Come on! Yeah, go Chris, you did it!
Let's go, Chris, my man.
Okay. Okay, note to self, they lose all horizontal momentum when you switch characters. Alright, one more of these.
This music's great.
Yeah, right? Can we get there? Yes. Actually, I don't think it was necessary.
The angry orange one was less immediately likable, but his unremitting cynicism and tutting amused John.
Yeah, that's a good mindset.
He's annoying. He's kind of cynical, but he's kind of funny with it, so...
Yeah, he's a little goofy silly with it, so... Damn.
I love that Thomas claps whenever John jumps. This game is good.
Yeah, right? Oh, the writing is so cute.
Extremely.
Okay, these characters are just so endearing. This music really does add to the sense of polygonal adorability, which is a real thing.
It does.
Interesting.
It's true.
Floating target. This would require coordination, balance, and timing.
So true.
John was sure the dots would be lost, but he was happy to guide them to triumph.
Thanks. Thanks, John. It's so funny that they can bounce on each other.
Yeah.
Not just stand,
Maybe
but bounce.
that's what the dots were for. They were there to extend John's reach, to make his performance even more impressive. John liked the thought. He decided to keep them.
No, no, John.
John.
Maybe not.
John.
Maybe not the vibe.
You're losing the plot, brother.
Yeah. Okay, John, give it a rest.
Okay, John. Cool it.
You may leave now. Okay, let's see. Okay, this feels like quite an easy room, so I think we're about to get another character into this. Or some other type of milestone. Oh yeah, look at that.
Yep.
Initial group possessed simple variations in size and strength. More complex configurations were inevitable. As the error spread, these variations became increasingly extreme. Whoa.
This was how Claire would die.
No, Claire.
Claire! No, hold on.
She was rubbish at jumping, and she moved slowly. She felt a little like her continued existence was breaking some kind of natural order.
No,
The crumbling
Claire.
pillar was
No, Queen.
dramatic death, she supposed. Wait, what? Claire couldn't shake the feeling that she was not, in fact, dead. It was at that moment that Claire realized she had superpowers.
Good for her. Good for her.
Go Claire!
Go, Claire.
Oh, hey John.
She'd need a cape. There was no getting around that. You couldn't be a superhero without a cape. Claire didn't want confusion.
I love how the narrator
If you saw a
talks.
cape, that made matters clear. You knew what you were dealing with. Claire was all about communication.
Aw.
And, you know, floating in water, which was her superpower.
I love that the narrator talks just a little bit different depending on which character's perspective we're looking from.
Yeah, extremely cute way of doing that.
Uh-huh.
Alright, I finished my worthy ordeal.
Fantastic job, Death.
It's been delivered to you personally.
Oh! I see. So, for some reason, I thought you were talking about food. Oh my gosh! Yay!
They're friends.
No, they're friends.
They're literally friends.
They're literally friends. Look! Chat, look, it's Happy and Thomas!
Yay!
Thank you so much, Mason.
Of course.
It was absolutely wonderful and delightful.
The vision was too powerful. I could not bring it to life, you know?
Uh-huh. We're leaving that one on screen.
Yay!
Happy! God, it's so cute.
Oh. I love Claire. Are all the girl cubes going to be gold colors?
Maybe. I don't remember.
I love you, Claire.
Yeah. Aside from Thomas, I don't specifically remember any of the characters, so this will be fun to meet them all again. God damn it, John, you're fucking up so bad.
John, come on, man, you got this. This is a really good experiment in how like personable a character can be with just like some minor personality traits attributed to gameplay.
Fear
Yeah.
not, my skinny friends, for I am Claire, and I will save you.
Thank
Go,
you, Fig
girl.
Queen.
Claire needed to come up with a superhero name as soon as possible. Claire was rubbish.
I'm always saying this every day of my life.
Oh, Thomas!
Thomas, no!
No!
This game is supremely delightful.
Yeah. I'm very happy to be playing it with you.
Yeah, thank you for showing this to me.
Of course.
Wahoo!
Yippee! Thomas would clap and cheer and go, yippee! Sing Happy Fly Around. That's so true. I like that
Yeah.
Thomas claps. Who's
I
to
think
say
Thomas
how?
clapping at the jumps is so funny.
Yeah.
Claire arrived just in time, which was, of course, the perfect moment for superheroes to arrive.
So true, girly pop.
So true. Oh, the water's rising. That's good. Oh, dude, we've got time pressure now. Hop on.
She is a superhero.
She is such a superhero. All women are superheroes in my book.
Hashtag feminism.
Hashtag feminism. Caliptivity, thank you for the egg. And a sippy from esteemed
As
gesture
the
and a
water
special
began
boss
to
check
rise,
also.
Claire vowed to
I'm also
save
gonna do
this
that.
little rectangle in as many restarts as it took.
Claire's a fucking real one.
Yeah. Oh, what is that?
Claire is a superhero.
If Thomas would make a good sidekick.
Oh, I bet it's
Hmm.
some sort of collectible.
Or was she more the lone Avenger type? She'd like that. A sole hero in a world of rectangles and conveniently placed pools of toxic water.
Hmm.
Time for stretchy.
Yeah, see, I don't know how you didn't realize the cat girl thing earlier. You're doing that.
Excuse me, what'd you say? I got the gist of what you said. I actually didn't fully.
Oh. I said, I don't know how you didn't realize the cat girl thing earlier when you're doing shit like that.
Yeah, right. It's well. See, the thing is sort of that people would often say "Oh, you're like a cat," and I would already meow just because it's fun to meow, you know. But I was
Yeah.
still very much fox. The fox is my persona. I'm like a fox because the fox as an animal is very important to my family. And also I do really love foxes, but it just took me a while to go I am actually more like everybody was already saying it, but I was just holding on to the fox thing. So
You can be kind of a fox adjacent cat girl. I feel like this is,
no,
full
yeah,
of many possibilities.
sure, but since being oh no, I am actually more of a cat, I'm this feels more right, you know?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Holy shit, that was the cat girliest noise of all time ever.
It really was. It really was.
I'm the most.
Staircases were a bit
That
of a
was-
fixture here.
That was
thank you.
extremely
The way
accurate.
the world
you,
made
thank
it
you.
so difficult.
This is a very weird and bad staircase, actually.
Okay, alright.
This weird little management of these little rectangles.
My boy John.
He does it.
Where is Thomas? I miss him.
Right? And you better not be alone right now.
Thomas better not be alone.
You better
Oh
not.
my- oh
when I
my
come home, you
God.
better not be by yourself, Thomas.
That Thomas will never be alone. Spits out cereal. I think cat girls are missing out on the Enye. It's like such a good character for the specific type of noise you're trying to portray.
What?
The little
Oh,
swirly.
yeah. No, honestly, though, I
Yeah.
love that.
Listen, I think Latina cat girls should get on that. They're probably like leagues ahead of us right now, you know?
Dude, you're so right.
They're in the fucking fourth dimension.
Mhm. Latina cat girls are like something else. Can be.
Yeah. Can't be beat.
If I wasn't the fucking whitest possible white,
Probably
I would
needed a
definitely,
nemesis. A villain.
I would definitely start
Show
using
their
that.
true colours at the worst possible moment, hurting all she held dear. Chris
It's
was the
Chris.
most
Yeah,
obvious.
yeah.
He seemed stroppy enough, and his jump was so pathetic that it conveniently avoided Claire's insecurities.
No, you can't do this to him.
Mean.
Diabolical Chris, the fiendish Christopher.
And yet you help him?
Yeah, gotta. You're in it together, you know? Is that Block Queen? I'm Rectangle Queen, yeah. Let's see. Okay, wait. John has to stay here. Everyone has to stay here. I should consider becoming a Hispanic cat girl. I never clocked the potency of the knee.
Yeah, the Enye is just good. I have said the word Latina more in the past couple months since I started dating Jade than I have in like my entire life.
Nice. Why is the narrator mean to our rectangle friends? The narrator's not mean to our rectangle friends. It's,
And the narrator is merely describing our rectangle friend's thoughts.
yeah.
Liking the soulful guitar.
Right? It's beautiful. It's to signify it's that these characters, despite being funny little rectangles, have a soul.
It's true. And you all know how we feel about digital constructs having souls.
Jade,
What? Oh,
where had Chris gone? Was he
What?
off somewhere? Plotting Claire's downfall?
no, surely not.
Claire was honest.
Surely it couldn't be.
She had to be because she was a superhero. This was a troubling turn of events.
Claire,
Still, there were reasonably sized bodies of water to cross.
harmonic 3. Which is not something I expected at the beginning of last year, but I'm very much enjoying it. It's a great time. So,
Yeah, you're doing great.
feeling pretty great. It's three cool best friends.
So awesome. So happy for you.
Thank you. And they all want to teach me Godot. Wow.
You want to teach her what?
Godot. The engine.
The engine. Oh, nice. Oh, dude, that's actually great. Because that's related to the thing I want to talk to you about.
Oh shit, really?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Go, John.
Thank you, Triple Space. That could be basically just all my art.
Shit, that's
Thank
real.
you.
Moving platforms over water, eh? Claire's newly heightened senses told her that there were multiple paths across with various possible configurations of the little posse.
I love our little posse.
Our little posse.
I bet you Thomas Was Alone has a crazy fan art game, considering
Oh, yeah.
how easy it is to draw the characters.
Well, that, but I've come across many, like, human interpretations of the characters.
My Thomas Was Alone guy, Jinka.
Yeah, exactly. Which is really funny.
I get why
because,
this game made waves.
Yeah, right. It's very
What
simple
were you
and
saying?
accessible, but like extremely
Yeah.
endearing.
It's amazing how quickly
Oh.
you can endear me with like some narration and a couple triangles. This is working for me.
Honestly.
They were doing
And a soulful
really
guitar.
well.
No!
Claire hoped she could get them all across. John was fully aware he could do this alone. Thomas hoped he'd never have to.
Oh, Thomas.
Thomas. Us for the whole fucking street.
Thomas. Oh, Thomas.
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 Harmonic.
Okay, we're good. Oh no! No!
Thomas.
Thomas!
It's crying cat, like screaming image. Thomas.
I am a crying cat.
True. True.
Okay, Thomas, you stay there. Good job.
The world is filled with many wonders. Let's fucking go. It's Claire.
It's Claire.
It's literally Claire.
Where's everybody? Claire's all by herself. It's Claire.
Claire was alone.
Claire was alone.
Claire is alone!
Is that it?
They said the fucking thing!
To be alone. She needed to be where there were rectangles to save.
Can you make this jump?
Being the only superhero in a given space kind of defeats the object. Spikes? That was new. Claire avoided them. She decided they were most likely her kryptonite.
I don't know what that
Not
is.
the red kryptonite either, the proper radioactive green stuff.
Okay, can she make the jump?
If I remember, what is red kryptonite again? I'm trying to think.
I don't know.
I know pink kryptonite makes you gay, which is a real thing.
No, pink is the transgender one, isn't it?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah. I guess it also makes you gay.
It can transform you into a dragon, make you become evil, transform you into a non-powered giant, into a dwarf, an ant-headed humanoid, loss of power, excessive hair growth, rendered temporarily blind to anything colored green, generate an evil doppelganger,
What the fuck?
lose invulnerability on the left side of your body.
What the fuck?
Shrink you, growth of
Okay.
extra limbs, mental transference, and rapid aging.
What? Huh?
Oh,
Oh, huh?
hmm.
We're doing the same level again, but now with Thomas. Goodbye, Thomas.
Wow. Deja vu.
Yeah. Seriously.
The world was repeating. And this time Thomas was here. Claire felt something had gone wrong. There was a disturbance in the force.
Me explaining the powers of everyone in a JoJo part. So
The
true.
world was reacting to the progress. It was amassing its forces. It was plotting against them. Claire finally had a nemesis.
It's not Chris, thank
It's-
God.
It's Warudo.
It's so true. I love negates your invulnerability, but only on the left side of your body. That's so
That's
specific.
really funny. Oh! There's this clip from a recent repo stream on Bun's channel where I'm the only one alive, and they're just going like, "Oh, for Zoe, she's all alone. Does she know she's all alone? Do you think she's having a good time? I think she's having a terrible time." And then I walk, as I'm in a room, an enemy walks in, and I go, "Ah!" and then I like crawl into her table. I just like make the most lowercase a sound you've ever heard.
That is a lowercase a sound. You're so right.
It's really funny. Okay, let's see. Gotta be careful. Okay, it's just, hold on. Over here. Sure, it's okay. I love Chet just going. Ah!
So-called free thinkers.
I think we clipped that actually. I should have it. Yeah, you should. You you were on that clip, on that moment in the stream, like twice when we just showed it to people. Why haven't you clipped it yet? Come on, girly. Dude, this is great for engagement. I should go more often.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, look at all this. So true. Whenever I play indie games, I'm like, I need to work on my indie game all the time.
Yeah. I built protections into the system. When overlaps occurred, the world generated a splitter to remove the unwanted additionals. It's like a white blood cell. It investigates, it captures, and it removes from play. Ooh.
Okay.
Who are you? Worm?
Laura
Worm?
was pleased.
Laura.
This one was behind
Oh,
a wall.
Laura. Wait, that kind of looks like
Never
you.
know what she could do. Maybe they could just have a conversation, hang out.
Well, she
As
jumps.
long as he didn't find
little.
out what she could do, which would never happen so long as they stayed separate.
Interesting.
Okay. GQ lying down. that does look like me lying down.
GQ schnoozing.
Have a little nippy nap.
Schnoozing taxpayer.
Hell yeah. She deserves a
Oh.
break.
I gotta draw a promotional comic. There's a Susan
Ooh,
Taxpayer
what's
plush
that?
now. Whoa.
Yeah, that's crazy that there's a plush.
Laura didn't
I'm really excited by it.
worry
It's
about
really
when
cool
it
looking.
stick to the cloud.
I would
It had
really
been
love to
following
get
her
one.
for some time, and it had kept itself to itself until now. More important was
Interesting.
the little orange thing, which was looking at her in a way that she kind of, well, liked.
I remembered there being a romance in here, but I didn't remember if it was queer or not. I'm sorry to say that this game was before we the
People were
queers
invented.
conquered the indie scene.
As the square, who
True.
shyly introduced himself as Chris, bounced atop Laura, she began to worry that he was just using her like all the others had. They'd all bounced. too.
Damn.
Then they disappeared when her back was turned.
Laura, no.
Egg.
Nah, man. Listen, I
Okay.
think Laura's trans, so it's still kind of queer.
You're right. No, you're so right, actually. It checks out. It all makes sense.
It all makes sense.
And Kirika, thank you very much for starting the second X tag.
Somebody who has a
Transpoline.
transpoline. Somebody who has like those like transpride like character flag images, but it's just Laura from fucking Thomas Was Alone. You can barely tell who it is because she looks like one of the stripes.
Only the ominous pixel cloud ever remained, looking a little bigger and a little less hungry with every disappearing friend.
Aw,
Oh, that's the thing. The white blood cell.
yes.
Trans Pauline? Oxymoron. She already is. Mario was like, oh, that's cool. I know one of those. She's a ghost.
With every bounce, Laura found herself less and less irritated by Chris. She started to miss him when he wasn't there. On another
Aw.
platform or something.
I'm imagining like coming out to Mario, and he's like, oh yeah, I have a friend like that. She's like a weird ghost.
Yeah.
Like, that's cool, Mario. Thanks, man.
Yeah, that's great.
Egg.
I'll feel really accepted by you right now.
Yeah. I
Mecha Fox Girl, thank you for the egg.
My family is extremely funny to me when it comes to like coming out because nobody had a bad reaction, which is great. Love that. But my uncle, before I came out, was like, "Hey, I could tell like something's going on. Do you want to use like different pronouns or like what should I do, little dude? I mean, if that's okay if I say that." I was like, "Thanks, Uncle Sean, my weed smoking, one wheel riding uncle.
Yo,
I appreciate the reaching out."
what a cool uncle.
He is. He oscillates between like the most like what are you doing, man kind of guy and like the coolest dude ever invented. So Uncle Sean is a genius.
Fucking sick ass dude. Everyone in my family was just kind of normal about it.
Hell yeah.
I've told this on stream before, and probably also to you personally, maybe at some point, who knows. But when I come out to my parents, I'd like set them down, you know, and be like, I got something important, and they're like, okay, all right. And then I told them I'm trans, and they were like, oh, is that all? Okay.
Yeah, I know I said this on stream, but if people haven't heard it, but like I remember when I first came out to my mom, I was like in a room, and I was like, Mom, I think I'm a trans woman, and she went, oh, I support you, and it was really sweet. And in the car, like 3 days later, we were talking about it, and she was like, okay, I had no idea what that was when you told me, but it was like, well, I can't be confused right now because she really needs the help, so I'm just gonna play along with it and look it up later.
Oh my god, that's awesome.
Which was it was great. It worked out awesome. It's just so funny to me. She was like, "Yeah, I support you. I don't know what that is, but I do."
Yeah.
E.
I love that.
I love the E's getting thrown at your rectangle.
Yeah. I don't have a thing to react to that, so it's just sort of happening. Can I just jump over here? Oh yeah, I can just jump that. Haha, I'm stupid. Thank you. She's confused, but she got the spirit. Yeah, absolutely. Honestly, that's a cool thing to do. To just be like, all right, I don't wanna sully the moment by going like, I don't know what that is, so I will simply be very sportive and then look it up later. It's honestly great.
Yeah, it was really cool. It was just so funny. Her being like, "Oh yeah, no, I had no fucking clue what you were talking about," but it seemed like it was really important, so I didn't want to fuck it up.
No, that's genuinely really awesome. And it is 9 p.m., which means it's time for me to do my estrogel. Speaking of being transgender, we will take a 20 or so minute break, during which we'll play some nice music.
Awesome.
During this time, if you guys have any medicine you have to take, please remember to do so. Also, remember to get some snackies, stretch your leggies, and most importantly, stay hydrated. Also, right now we're using these funny little PNGs for the gimmick, but I was actually... I wanted to ask you guys, like, do you think this is funny? Should we just keep being rectangles? Or should we be like our normal Sonas again? Me using the full VTuber model and such?
Yeah. I was like, we were gonna swap off, but I honestly don't really mind either way. So
yeah, I don't really mind either way.
Detroit become rectangle, so true.
This is Comedy Gold. It's really good. It's Peem. Detroit became rectangle. Rectangle. I think rectangle works for the whole game. It's a good bit. Keep the rectangles for sure. All right, okay. If you guys love it, all right.
I'm seeing universal consensus on the rectangle is a good bit.
It's in solidarity with Thomas and all and the others, you know.
I thought you were bar crabs for voting about the Sonic character. Atari Queen.
We can workshop the name, yeah. All right, okay, we'll do that then. We'll continue to be funny little rectangles, just like Thomas and Friends. Not to be confused with Thomas and Friends, the TV show. So, see you guys in 20 or so minutes. Bye-bye.
Sounds great. Bye.
I'll bet they won't have. Wow, they have it! Square!
Sorry, Mason, you couldn't hear it. They heard it.
Where?
It might have been actually extremely loud now that I think about it.
They have it. Square.
Square. Square.
I'll bet they won't have. Wow, they have it! Square!
It's really loud. That's the only way to watch the video. I suppose that's true. So Jackie said that during the break and said this stream. That's so funny. And
Extremely good.
I love this video. Hi everybody, welcome back from the dab. I dabbed. In the same sense
Nice.
that Thomas claps, the rectangle, just claps.
Yeah. Yeah. This all makes sense to me.
There we go, do a couple of socials.
Played him with Neil. They have it. Square.
Swear I cannot. I cannot whistle along to this fucking solo. It's so fucking good.
Hell yeah.
They have it. Square. Anyway, yay!
They
Yippee.
have it. Thomas.
They have it. Claire.
Claire.
Claire. But yeah, if you're just joining us, we're playing Thomas Was Alone. Well, we're absolutely fucking we're grooving and jamming right now. But you know, we're playing Thomas Was Alone, which is a delightful little 2012 early indie game. Harmonic Psyche. That's not safe for work jokes here. No, not safe for work comments. That's on the fucking. You're on thin ice here. You may think what that looks like all to yourself. I'm not gonna discuss that. Also Rojo Mild and Mecha Fox Girl, thank you for the eggs.
Yippee.
Yay. Yeah, no worries. Just keep it in mind in the future, and do make sure to read those rules. Fuck words allowed, fuck actions are banned. Yeah. Is this the Thomas the Tank Engine stream? No. Even better. It's Thomas the Featureless Rectangle stream.
Yay.
No horny explode. You're allowed to be horny, just don't talk about it. just keep that shit to yourself.
Oh, you're not streaming.
I'm not. What?
I can't see it.
Why not?
I have to look on the stream.
What
You're
happened?
not streaming the game.
Why not? What happened?
Because we swapped over.
That's true.
You got it. There we go. You did it. Yay.
Game? Uh-oh.
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 Come on, game. Uh-oh.
Thomas?
Thomas.
Thomas?
Thomas. You can't be that alone.
Uh-oh. Ugh. Uh-oh. Oh, my computer's starting to chug. What's going on? Thomas? Thomas! Oh no! Help!
Oh dear.
What is happening? Oh god. I blame the mystery cloud. Where's Thomas? Here. Go. Okay. Okay.
Go, my friend. Be free.
Go. Thomas, go. All right. Okay. I think we're good. That was scary.
A little bit.
Thomas was shattered reality.
Thomas was scattered on the
I
wind.
think it's very funny also that like when it says the dev of this game, it lists their Twitter handle.
Oh man.
Haha, that's different.
Haha. Haha, time has passed. Things are no longer the same.
Yeah.
Chris was in love. She was perfect.
Damn.
He had to tell her so.
Chris was like, oh shit.
He would definitely
A T-girl
tell her.
baddie.
Mm-hmm.
Probably best to wait for a moment the large, ominous pixel cloud wasn't about, though. Yeah. Probably best to wait.
Probably. Yeah. Though at the same time, you know, like, what if you don't get another time?
Yeah, I mean, what if the ominous cloud makes it more romantic?
Ooh. Oh, it's right there. That's scary. Dude, is Chris gonna die?
I hope Chris doesn't die.
Because the pixel cloud eats them, right? It's the white blood cell.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It went away.
Okay, we scared that off because we're so cool.
Yeah, exactly. Laura scared it off with a T-girl swag. Something we are very familiar with.
Exactly. Somehow I feel like these shadows are not corresponding to the actual light in the room.
No, doesn't seem like it, actually.
Interesting.
Look at her go!
Oh, true. So true. All girls can do this.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Claire could do it. Laura can. It all makes sense to me.
Yeah, exactly. Checks out. Yay! Yippee!
Oh, that's so fun,
Yay.
actually.
Good job, John.
Chris was massively disappointed to run into the gang again. He'd enjoyed the alone time
Chris.
with his new girlfriend.
Chris, no hogging.
Chris, you didn't even confessed yet, brother. You can't be
Yeah.
calling her that.
Seriously.
The really funny thing is, I think I know exactly how they made that sound effect, too.
Which one? For pressing the button?
Yeah, there's a 8-bit sound generator that you can use in your browser that has been around for a while that sounds exactly like it was made with that.
It is like the kind of sound that you would also hear a lot in like other little Newgrounds games and stuff, you know?
Yeah, you're
It sounds
googling like,
like
how do I make 8-bit sounds?
Yeah.
Was it too early to refer to Laura as his girlfriend?
Yes.
Yes.
Only if I say it out loud, he told himself. He didn't want to scare her off.
Oh, these thinking thoughts. You need to get better at that, but, you know.
He's, I think, being, you know, as far as he can tell, respectful, it feels.
Yeah, he's a new square. He doesn't know that much.
Yeah.
They have it. Chris.
Christopher!
Thomas with a loaded smash.
It's like, and the winner is Thomas. Because he can clap.
Because he can clap.
He
Yeah.
can clap.
Christopher. John.
Christopher.
Blair.
Laura.
I love when the
Thomas.
Smash announcer sounds inquisitive.
What?
Bowser. Jr.
Yeah, I love it, like Bowser Jr. I love especially when how he says Luigi, because it's like Luigi, which means that if Luigi wins, it's and the winner is Luigi. Because he's like, seriously?
Congrats.
Congrats, oh, good job.
Damn.
Holy fuck, perfect cat impression. Cat girl can do Smash announcer perfectly too. You know it.
Yeah.
I can do a pretty good Mario too.
So he's a VA.
Yeah,
Ugh.
dude. Hire me.
Hire my friend. Hire my friend.
Yeah, you're my friend. Hire my friend. What you want to be hired for?
Yay! Would like to be hired for jobs and responsibilities,
Okay.
so that I may buy my girlfriend many treats.
Hell yeah. Well, chat, you heard it. Did I fuck these up, see? Oh, I think I fucked these up.
Perhaps a little bit.
What if I... Hold on, I'm gonna fucking do this shit. Check it out.
Chat, she's done it. Roy.
Yeah,
Yeah,
roll.
it's distinct.
Yeah, it's very funny. Of course. How are we getting out of this predicament, chat?
I don't know. I think Thomas was soft locked.
Yeah. Hire Gauntlet for your Newgrounds flesh animation. Mario is high.
Mario, eat a mushroom.
Oh, I thought this was a normal mushroom, but now I am tripping balls. Ooh, I'm gonna be misogynistic in this one. I don't know. What are other funny Newgrounds jokes?
I don't know.
I
People,
don't
I think
know.
it's really funny that people are like, Newgrounds is like a bastion of creativity, and like, yeah, for a lot of things it was. It was
Yeah.
also a lot of like, well, what if Mario was racist?
Yeah, like a lot
You know?
of what if Mario was racist. What if Mario
Like,
was
yeah.
racist and sexist and hated Peach a lot
I'm homophobic.
and like and was shitty to his brother, you know? Yeah, I think we gotta restart.
what if he jumped on a Goomba and it was like bloody? Ooh.
Ooh. Dude, you're spinning. You gotta
I'm
get
spitting.
on Newgrounds. You gotta let them know.
Guys, get off Twitter, get on Newgrounds. It's the site where I make jokes from 2012 about like minorities. Yay!
Yeah.
Clearly, this is better. This is the better option if you were creative.
Was it too early to
What
offend
if I did
Laura
drugs
Wilson?
and had sex? Oh, so
If I say it out
funny.
loud, he told
So
himself.
funny.
He didn't want to scare her off.
And it was too early, Chris. Don't fucking say that, dude.
I'm so glad.
What if
Chris is
what
on
if Mario
Newgrounds.
drug? Yeah, we're saving him. Oh no, the pixels. Ugh.
Yeah, I know. The pixel cloud is scary.
The others seemed suspicious of Laura, and the eager-looking pixel cloud of death which seemed to be watching her. Sure, they'd use her inherent bounciness to reach slightly higher jump points, but they wouldn't strike up a conversation with her. Chris found them rude.
Hmm.
Rude?
You know,
You're
Chris,
there.
you're always looking for shit to complain about, man. You really are the Squidward of this game.
No, seriously. You always are looking for square.
I love that one video where the real guy gets the green screened in and he goes, "Nice going, Squidward."
Oh,
Do you know the one?
I do.
Nice going, Chris. You ruined Thomas's favorite holiday. And for what?
Oh, the video's so fucking good.
There's a couple of them too.
Do you know the one where it's the moment where the guy's like, I'll have a Krabby Patty, and he's like, daring today, aren't we? And then the guy's like, fuck you, Squidward. Do you know
Yeah,
that
I love
one?
that video.
It's so good.
Daring today, aren't we? Shut the fuck up, Squidward.
Yeah.
Such a good video.
Uh-huh. Everybody likes SpongeBob, you know why? Because he's nice. Because he doesn't think he's better than everybody else.
April found it immediately in the video we were talking about.
Oh, nice.
Oh my god.
Look at these thin bits here.
Yeah.
The
Well,
others wouldn't drop
yeah.
it. Who's that cloud guy? Why is he following us? What's that rumbling, hungry sound he keeps making? Chris, can we just leave Laura behind?
Laura behind? No. can't leave Laura behind.
No, part of the team.
I thought we had something special that night.
Or
Sorry,
you're
I'm just thinking
hurt
of the video so far.
Wait, that's part of the same video?
Yeah, yeah. He's like, nice going, Squidward. I thought we had
Oh,
something
wait.
special.
Wait, I don't remember that part.
Oh.
Okay, I think I'm just gonna have to take these one at a time. It's confusing to try to get them all together. I want them to be together because they're frenzies, but... Mermaid Dream, thank you very much for subscribing.
Ooh. Yeah, he says, when we kissed that night, I thought it was magic.
Hold on. Can you send it?
Yeah, I'm gonna send it. Here we go.
Okay, we're gonna watch this.
SpongeBob, I was just kidding. Come on. You guys know I was just kidding, right?
Way to go, Squidward. You ruined his favorite fucking holiday for him. Because he fucking bothered you at work? I thought you were fucking different. When we kissed that night, I thought there was magic. Now I wish we never even did it. And I wish we didn't do that other stuff either. Even though at the time it felt really right. And I've been thinking about it a lot. Now I wish we didn't do it.
What?
I'm just trying to say I'm
Sure.
SpongeBob, get down! Let this be a fucking wake-up call to you, Squidward. If it's so hard for you to apologize for what you fucking did wrong, that you explode from it, maybe you're a fucking sociopath and you need to get fucking help. Don't ever fucking show your face on this street again.
Oh my god.
SpongeBob, get down.
SpongeBob, get down. Oh my god.
Thomas, get down.
Oh, get down, Mr. Bob. Oh my god. Yeah, I've never seen that second part. I do remember the first part now, but that second part I'd never seen before.
Yeah, there's 3 parts to it, I think. They always get split up.
There's 3 parts.
Yeah.
The 3rd part, it's out there, it exists.
Yeah. Fucking incredible video. I love that thing so much.
I
Nice
love
going,
this-
Squidward.
Let's go forward. Jerk.
Jerk.
Even though it felt really right at the time. I was thinking about it a lot.
Now I wish we never done it.
Oh my god.
Fuck, I'm missing it.
Oh, that's so fucking funny. Oh.
Even though at the time it felt really right.
And I've been thinking about it a lot.
I've been thinking about it a lot. Nice going, Chris. He'll come around, I'm sure. Green screening myself into Thomas's alone gameplay.
Oh, please. That'd be awesome.
I gotta do that after this. After we beat the game.
Uh-huh.
Here we go. Here we go. Man, where's Claire at?
Where is Claire
I miss
at,
Claire.
honestly? Me too.
Rude.
Rude.
Rude. That's really funny because it's of course just a continuation of the earlier conversation, but that's like an hour ago now.
Yeah. Rude.
Rude.
You were rude to say it, fucking platformer. And for what? Because he bothered you while you were puzzle solving?
Can she make it? No.
Hmm.
Surely she can't get on top of John either, can she? Me when I hold on. Me when I ask one of my favorite Japanese musical artists whether she'll be able to get on top of John.
Yeah, you got it.
Can
That's
she?
that's the one.
Yeah, can she? That's the name. Just in
That's
case
good.
anyone was wondering.
Yeah, I was.
Okay. Yeah, I was. Go, Chris, you shithead.
Go, my Chris. Go, my Chris.
Go forth, Chris.
To me, my Chris.
Harmonic Psyche, it's also like making the sexual humor, but removing the sexual part by saying redacted is still making sexual humor. I'd prefer you did not. Also, I say
What's the fucking Bad Luck Brian thing where it's like tries to do away with it? It becomes an inversion of it, so references it implicitly, or something like that.
No, exactly. Okay, are we gonna line? I think they're gonna line up automatically eventually. I assume. Yeah, but how cute.
Yeah, that was worth it. That was worth it. Oh,
Okay.
she's
Claire's
back.
here. Wait, Claire, yay!
My queen.
Oh, the girlies get to meet, and then they can,
Kiss?
and then they can kiss, and then Chris just gets to not get anything for being an asshole.
Nice going, Chris. Claire moment. So fucking true. These girlies are the backbone of this fucking platformer so far.
Honestly, though,
Wow, it just like swoosed it right in there.
yeah, wow, the whole level reset. That was crazy. Oh,
Excuse me.
Pixel letter. Category 7 Claire moment.
They have it.
Nice
Claire.
going, Mike Chris.
Nice going, my
Liked having you
Chris.
gang. She liked Chris. She liked having friends. These ones
Oh,
seem
she's
to
dead.
be sticking around too. Not like those losers from before.
That's great.
Well, not they were not. Evidently.
Yeah, they were not sticking around in a different kind of way.
The acid water got him.
Yup.
Yup. Scary as fuck acid water.
Go my acid water.
Laura,
To me, my acid water. No.
She liked
Ah!
Chris.
No, no!
Having friends. These ones seem to be sticking around too. Not like those losers from before.
Okay, let's see. And perfect fit.
Nice. Nice. No.
God damn it!
To me, my Chris.
My Chris. No!
What a melodic cry of anguish.
Go here. And on top of Thomas here. Thomas. I just have this sometimes. Sometimes I do a th instead of a t for no reason.
Laura liked her new
I mean, you know,
She
T.H.
liked
Thomas.
Chris. She liked
Yeah.
having friends. These ones seem to be sticking
When you put it
around
that way.
too. Not like those losers from before.
I should take my medicine.
You should! It's important.
I'm going to do that.
You must. It's important. Go up.
I'm going to take my estrogen and progesterone on stream.
I think Something broke.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
TBH Thomas.
Well, let's try that again. And Mothman and Evie or Evie thing. Thank you both for the eggs. Okay, this time gonna do it without flaws.
You got this.
No, Mason. Extends non-existent hand. We got this.
Oh my
Laura
god.
liked her new gang.
Takes your non-existent hand with mine.
Chris. She liked having friends. These
Where
ones
is my
seem to be sticking
firm
around
handshake?
too. Not like those losers from before.
Firm handshake.
From non-existent handshake.
Yeah.
I think maybe it's because I pressed the button too soon while the water was still rising, you know?
I can see that making sense.
I just got here and was thinking, hey, where are they? Then realized you have become rectangled. Yeah, in solidarity with Thomas.
Yeah.
Existence as a funny little rectangle is wonderful.
It's pretty great. I don't gotta worry about anything.
Yeah, exactly.
Except from platforming.
The platforming is a constant worry. That's true.
The platforming is a constant worry, yeah. Taking my 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 pills this morning. Yippee!
Damn, that's a lot of pills.
I'm a pill kind of girly.
Yo.
What if all the U-bots for this stream were just little squares?
That would have been so cute.
Ooh.
I think I just have to get Claire over here, actually. But what if I didn't... no.
Yeah, I think it's a clear kind of day.
Yeah. We love Claire, though, so it's okay.
We love Claire.
Okay, everybody move. Okay, well...
You got this, you got this.
Mm-hmm.
You're so close to it.
I am. I will not fuck up at all. Awesome. There's no more possibility of failure.
None.
I'm so glad I didn't fail.
Great job, great job.
Thank you. Look at the whole little crew together. Look at them.
Look at them. Thomas
Oh,
was
gosh,
never
I-
alone.
Thomas was never alone ever again.
Ever again.
Alright, let's see. So you can get up here just like all by yourself. You don't get hit, do you? By standing here? No. Okay. Oh dude, Shadow Gambit the Cursed Cruise on sale.
Whoa.
Just open that.
Whoa.
I'm gonna push that shit.
The pixel cloud was getting closer. It was spending more and more time hovering around. Laura could tell it was making the others uncomfortable.
Whoops. Well, yeah, it's a nefarious pixel cloud that's constantly sounding real hungry like.
Yeah, it's true.
Go, 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 go! Ah!
Whoa.
Hold on, Thomas. Maybe you. Go, 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 go! Which character is the most shaped? think
I would
that-
argue Claire.
I'd say Claire, but I also just kind of think it depends on your personal perception, you know?
Yeah.
Like, what do you look for in a shape? You know, that's kind of the question here.
True.
Okay, gonna wait for the thing to pass. Ah, okay. Claire! Claire! No!
Oh, Claire, no!
Okay, let's see. Thomas, you go here. You go here. Wait for the nefarious thing to pass. The word nefarious is very good and cool.
This is really just
Thomas!
a great word all around. Thomas. Come on, brother.
Wait, okay. Go, Thomas. Go up. Go up, quick. No!
Go, my Thomas.
Go, my Thomas. Quite a tough little challenge. What if I... No, that didn't work. But what if I...
Hmm.
What if I were to purchase square and disguise it as my own geometry? Delightfully devilish, says Sophie.
Delightfully devilish, Josephine.
Okay, Did
Can I send you something?
Okay, go. Go quick. Okay, and then I have to, I don't know. Maybe I should use the left side of the screen a little bit for once.
Probably a good idea.
Oh yeah, look, I can just go.
Awesome.
Okay, Thomas. Having so many characters to switch through becomes a little.
Yeah, it'd be better if Thomas was alone.
Yeah, honestly though, much easier. And I don't think we'd be really like losing anything. Whoops.
Well, we would lose women.
That's true, actually. Okay, maybe it should just be Claire and Laura then. Ooh. No simulation can support too many entities. At a certain point, something has to give. If Thomas AT-23-612 hadn't possessed those exact personality traits, it's likely the story would end it there. We'd still be in business.
Hmm.
Interesting. Oh, colored buttons. Oh, dude, here we go. Here's the music. Oh. This
Oh.
song. What are all the names? I got here like maybe 6 minutes ago. Okay, it was 15 actually. Okay, so it starts with Thomas, which is the one with the arrow above it right now. Then we have Chris or Christopher.
Chris.
Then we have John, Claire, and Laura. Go, my Chris.
Did not like the cloud. He'd long since stopped
We're back with
listing his
Thomas.
observations, but he instinctively observed that this thing was bad.
Hmm.
And he'd been right about the water.
He had been right about the water.
Yeah, I've been right over the water. He's a very smart little dude.
He is. This music's everything.
This music is very pleasant.
Okay. Oh, okay, so they don't all have to press it at the same time. I only just noticed. Claire to
Yeah.
square, it rhymes. It just got it. Yeah, that's why I was going like, they have it, Claire, you know?
Claire.
Claire.
My wonderful friend Josephine. Here's something in your inbox. When you are ready.
Better go check it out. Yeah! Let's go! Fuck yeah, Mason, you're the goddamn greatest, you know that?
Thank you, thank you.
Hell fucking yeah! My square!
My square.
Fuck yeah, dude.
Hardest image of 2 rectangles to ever exist.
Honestly, though. This goes
My
hard as fuck.
quad.
Feel free to reblog.
Oh yeah.
Let's see. My quad!
I love my quad. That's good.
They're lining all up so nicely. What's about to happen?
They are lining up so nicely.
Like, I never stopped listening to the soundtrack, so it's always stayed with me, you know?
Aw.
Being
I'd be
back
listening to
here,
Kitten Burst.
Hmm?
I'd be listening to Kitten Burst a lot, even if I haven't played the game since before Ogman's Den came out.
Oh,
so-
dude, same. I was listening to it earlier today, baby.
Oh my god, shakes your hand.
Yeah, it's
Like the
good as
image
hell.
depicts.
Like the image
It is
depicts,
good as hell.
exactly.
Like the image depicts.
Oh. Chris goes into Chris box.
The Chris goes in the square box. Yes, that's right.
And where
And Sean
does...
goes in the square box.
Where does
Claire goes in the
big
the clear
big
box.
hole. The clear box? The square box, that's right. No.
No.
No!
Like the image depicts. Yeah, so true, Evie.
Nice. Let's see. We could no. Wait. Did we... Jump can jump when Chris is on him, right? No. And now they're stuck. Whoops.
Whoops.
Well, I hope I didn't just soft lock us again, but probably. Oh wait.
The soft walking soft walker.
There's one thing I know how to do. What if... Oh, of course. No? Yes. Yeah. But I'm gonna restart anyway, just to be sure. Because I don't want to do a whole bunch of stuff and then find out that we soft lock. You know?
Yeah.
Dude, awesome teamwork. Look at this.
Awesome teamwork. Awesome teamwork.
Phenomenal teamwork, actually. Laura, you over here, and Thomas. Laura, and go on top of the plane. Then over here, Thomas. Do a big jump.
Thomas could tell Chris was in love, and that was fantastic and everything, but that didn't mean they could let the doom cloud keep following them. Thomas was going to put his foot down once they got to the next level.
I do like that he's like, yeah, I mean, I'm happy for my friend, but, you know.
But the
he is
ever-encroaching
happy
cloud of
for his
Ra.
friend. Oh, Lord.
I'm so glad you found your one true love. However, Curse of Ra.
However, she is being followed by the stench of death, so
Yeah.
I don't love that part.
All 4 horsemen are following your prospective girlfriend.
Figured it out. Woo!
Laura the Flora. So true.
Dude. That's actually true.
They
No!
have it. No! No!
Thomas!
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 Dude, what the fuck?
What?
Miss Thomas. Well,
He did.
did not see that coming. He felt a little guilty too. Without his love for Laura and subsequent reunion with the guys, Thomas would probably still be with them.
Oh.
Oh my god. He killed Thomas.
They killed Thomas.
Thomas was killed.
Thomas was killed. That's so sad. What the fuck?
I didn't even. I had like a vague recollection of something bad happening to one of them. I did not remember that it was Thomas fucking getting killed.
I didn't remember that Thomas was alone. His full
Uh-huh.
name.
Thomas. This is fucked.
Yeah, this is fucked. How are we even supposed to get through this without Thomas?
That's what I'm saying. Think about how much easier this would be if Thomas was here. Can we do like a cool jump here? I don't think that'll work, right?
What if you get Laura on top of Chris and then bounce Claire up?
Maybe. Oh, like, oh yeah, on that side, right? You're right.
Yeah.
You got it.
Video gaming.
Dude, the smart.
Thomas wasn't.
No.
It's too sad. I mean, it is only squares, but boy, we love those squares.
No, because see, Harmonic Psychic, that's the fucking thing about it. Maybe you, Mason, like already picked up on this a little bit. I wasn't really saying it, but this game gets fucking emotional.
Yeah, no, I mean, yeah.
I didn't
picking
like
up on it
want
a
to
little
say that
bit.
because that's not how I went into it, you know?
Yeah.
'Cause I
Well,
remember
you
being
know,
like really
if-
like, oh my god, well, why do I care so much? What? I'm crying, you know?
Yeah, I mean, you know, they're just squares, but
But they're also everything.
they're also everything. That's my little gaggle of dudes.
Yeah.
I mean, if you name your game Thomas Was Alone, I kind of had a feeling it was going to pull on my heartstrings a little bit.
Yeah, right. Okay, what are we gonna do here? Let's see. They're squares, but they're my squares. Go my don't go my squares.
Don't go, my squares. Come back, my squares.
Come back to me, my squares. Don't leave me, my squares.
To me, my Thomas, please.
Thomas, please. To me. Also, what the fuck are we supposed to do here?
If you're crying, it's because your heart is big and swagful. I agree.
That's true. I'm a very emotional person.
Okay, bounce Chris up to that platform, and then bounce Chris onto that ledge on the left there, I guess? Using the
wait.
power of John.
Yeah. The Tower of John.
My Jower.
Construct my tower.
Okay, I was with my my buddy Luke, and I went to his parents' place, and I was staying in their guest house. Oh my god!
Wow.
And you know, me and April, we walk into the guest room, and it has the fucking Jillos, the jean pillows.
Oh god.
I'm going to send you a photo of it.
Like
because
as the pillows or just as like accessory pillows?
I think as the pillows is the thing.
No.
Hold on, I'm
You
grabbing
can't
a
be
photo
doing
right
that.
now. It was the Jillos right above the Here we go. It's sending now.
Oh. Be joyful in hope, patient in affliction. Faithful in prayer. Can I show this?
Yes.
Okay.
Every single fucking room in the house looks like this, by the way.
Oh god. This is the type of shit that you would. I've never seen anything like this anywhere in Europe. Like this is this type of self-expression is a purely American thing.
American Christians in their like 50s. different.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hi Tim. Hi
That's
Tim.
something else, dude. Hello.
The fucking Jillos.
Ugh.
You're shitting me. No. Every room. I'm not
That's
joking.
awful. Oh.
The Jillos, they remind me of my girl Claire.
Oh, that's true, actually. She would wear it well.
She would wear it well. Oh my god.
Hi, Chris. Whoa.
Chris
Whoa.
wondered if Thomas was still alive somewhere.
Wouldn't that be nice?
VVVVV.
VVVV, yeah. The trail? I don't remember this part at all. Dude, Chris is going through his little, regret arc.
Dude, Chris was regretful.
To go looking for him,
Oh, yo.
but he did wonder, and that showed character.
Alright, Chris, come on.
Chris, I bet you like him. I bet you like your friend.
Made you like him, and made you want to schnog him.
you wanna schnog Thomas, don't you? No, Chris!
Chris! No, he was on the path to redemption! No!
This is fucked. What the hell?
Hadn't abandoned Laura all that time ago. It began to dawn on her that she might not be the tragic victim she'd always assumed.
Is Kronos a ship now? Yes. Yes, it is.
Character arc was cut short, doomed by the narrative.
Listen, Kronos is not just a ship, just like the entire cast of rectangles together is a ship.
That's true. They're calling it the Polygon.
Exactly. Can they play Doom on the narrative? Maybe the gang should just like start playing Doom on the narrative. I think that would be okay.
Okay, when people say somebody is doomed by the narrative, what do they mean by that?
That they're like they just can't have a happy ending. The way the narrative is going, there is no way that this character can ever get a
I see.
positive ending.
Like Roxas.
Like Roxas, exactly. Like Roxas very much, actually, yeah. And Homura.
Yeah.
They can't.
My
have
two my two pointed references for Doomed by the Narrative: Oedipus, Roxas, Kingdom Hearts.
Yeah. And you're right.
And I'm right.
Like Homura is like the best example. My favorite example of Doomed by the Narrative because she's 100% aware of it and continues to fight so fucking hard, and it never works out because she's doomed by the narrative.
I see.
It's great. Now what?
I think you put Laura on top of Claire, and then bounce John on top of that.
Yeah, I'm trying, but I'm not sure. Oh wait, on this side. Of this.
Oh, the genius? Now we're fucking talking.
Yeah, we're doing it.
This is true Square gameplay.
Dude. I don't know why they use the word square like that, because this shit's cool as hell.
Exactly. It's hip to be Square.
Yeah.
My Thomas Was Alone, like, big budget Hollywood movie. The tagline is it's hip to be Square.
They're actually sick as hell.
It would be, it's the thing. Oh!
Oh wait. It worked.
Let's go. You're a genius.
No! Oh, okay.
Oh. Alright, it's chill, actually.
Yeah, it's actually cool and normal. I don't know why they did that. That was kind of fucked.
Zoe's doomed by the narrative, she just hasn't realized yet.
What?
Nothing, don't worry about it.
Okay. Oh, what's going on here? What's happening? Oh, okay.
Spooky.
I think we want to have Laura over here.
This makes sense to me.
What? Dude, this level's
Oh,
hostile as fuck.
movement. Yeah.
Can't believe we're losing.
How many worlds are there in
So
this?
fucked.
Yeah.
Oh, little staircase.
Laura.
Doomed by the Naruto. So true.
She had a hunch that she wasn't needed anymore.
No, we need you, Laura.
We need you, and all your friends need you.
Classic T-girl narrative. She doesn't think she's important, but she's the most important of all.
I know, right? Hmm. It's very.
That's interesting. That's
so
awesome.
funny. But when this song started, and I was like, oh, here it is. This is the song, and you were like, oh, that's so nice and peaceful. In the back of my head, I was like, this isn't peaceful to me. Why isn't this peaceful to me? Why did she call it peaceful? This is like super melancholy to me. It's because this is the chapter where people die.
Oh man.
Oh my god, this game is so good.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, you know what you gotta do now.
Mhm.
Just a little more, yeah.
Aha.
Yes.
There we go.
Oh, when we can float Claire.
Yeah, Claire.
Oh,
we
our
go.
superhero.
Mhm.
There we go. Clairvoyant.
We're like Claire Girl, but except she's very girl because she's not a girl. Like Kant. Anyway.
What do you call it an oven when you in the food and out how to eat the food?
Oh no wait. Gotta be here and then jump and jump.
They call them the having a stroke streamers. Go for it.
Yay!
Yeah.
Laura!
Laura, fuck man.
What the hell?
Dude, this game sucks.
This game is
Positive.
John looked at Claire.
Yeah.
It was just them now. She muttered something under her breath about a vow of vengeance. He didn't see the point. Fighting that thing seemed to be a pretty futile idea.
You gotta hold on to hope, bud.
Fuck.
This game's so fucked up. If Claire dies, I'm gonna cry. Again, I don't remember what happens. I think they're just all gonna die.
I think they're all gonna die, yeah.
Everybody's gonna die. But if anyone's gonna survive, it's gonna be Claire. Or
It's
some
gotta be.
superhero.
She's literally a superhero.
Yeah, seriously. I do think they should ban death. It's actually a Dutch song about that. Or it's more
Really?
of a, it's more of a, I don't want to say poem. Anyway, it's about a king who's who's afraid of death, and he's like, what the fuck do I do? And then they're like, well, they say that death comes for you, so maybe we can trick death into coming and then trap him. And so they get a very, very old person who's like definitely gonna die of old age any second now, put him in a big cage, and then they shut the gate. They shut the gate when death's inside, and they trap death. And then nobody can die anymore. So then hundreds of years pass where like nobody dies at all, and they just start doing wars for fun because nobody can die anyway. But they also still keep making more babies, so they just start throwing people into the ocean, because, like, what else are you gonna do? It's too full. And eventually the king, who is now, like, an ancient man, is like, alright, this is worse, actually.
Yeah.
And he goes to the cage and welcomes death with open arms.
Damn.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
This is the plot of a Family Guy episode.
Is it actually?
Yeah, a little bit,
Oh,
actually.
damn it.
And also a Simpsons episode.
Well, that's okay.
And also I think a movie that they both based the idea off of.
Well, that movie probably stole it from the song.
True.
Oh god, the wall's moving. Go, go, go.
Oh. Oh my god.
Go, Claire. Go, Claire.
Oh my god. Go, my Claire.
Go, my god. John! God damn it.
You said that with such anguish in your voice.
Yeah, this is what I'm like.
I was gonna say, yeah, that sounds like what 17776 is about, aside from the babies part, since they also can't do that, I don't think.
Okay.
Whatever, go my Claire.
Whatever. Go, Claire. Go, my John!
Whatever, go my John.
God damn it. The fucking bounds, dude.
In terms of making death illegal, there's a Value Select song about the President of the United States doing that.
How'd that one go?
Poorly.
I see.
I don't remember the details, but I don't think it lasted very long.
I mean, that makes sense, right?
Value Select has a great catalog. They did the wonderful "Hit Me with Your Car," which is a great song.
Oh god, it's speeding up. Go, go,
As
go,
they
go.
struggled to
Hit
get
me
to the
with
portal,
your
John
car.
hoped he would be the next to get eaten. He didn't want to be alone.
Oh, fuck. He literally didn't want to be alone.
Yeah. He's gonna be alone, isn't he? Yeah. Oh.
Oh, fuck. Dude, what's the point anymore? We're out of Claire.
We're out of Claire, dude.
For the
Gone,
first
my
all out of
Claire.
while, John didn't have an
John.
For the first time in a while, John didn't have an audience.
No, that's not true. Chet, let John know you're out there.
Please.
Oh, he died.
Speaking of audience, I was watching the new Summoning Salt video, and apparently, like, the 120
For the first
like
time
Mario
in a
64
while,
streamer,
John didn't have
like speedrunner, got up to like 11,000 viewers during their runs,
He was alone.
which is unfathomable to me today.
Black square to
Uh-huh.
black square didn't seem nearly as exciting now. It just seemed empty.
It does feel a little empty. It feels kind of hollow.
Oof, that was very
Ooh,
close.
swoosed it. What's the fucking point?
Seriously, who even gives a shit without friends?
Who even gives a fucking shit?
God, and the stupid water down there and everything. Everyone send John and Chet. John and Chet. Dude, that's the right message. Hold on.
Go, my John.
Go, my John. Yeah. This will be the right message.
My Thomas.
Go, my Thomas. Dude, wait, maybe the perfect right message will have all of them included.
Oh. Can somebody create this?
I feel like that would be quite difficult, since I don't know how
I
you
feel like you
can
could do-
make both a Chris and a Claire
John
separately
gulped.
with their symbols.
I feel like you can make it with like Unicode.
Knew he'd never escape.
Mm.
My Laura.
My lord, yeah, dude.
He decided to jump the massive scary gaps. For old time's sake.
For old times, for his friends.
Fuck.
So mean that the world has become so hostile. Tim Explosion, you're missing Chris. Where's Chris? Listen, I know he wasn't the best guy, but he was still part of the team. Yeah, Bun, there's Chris. You got him. What?
Oh fuck.
Okay, don't go down there. Whoa, okay.
Whoa.
That was different. Oh, dude, KQ Grace got really good ones. Look at that.
Oh, these are
Okay.
good. These are good.
Chad, yeah, Chad, you keep workshopping this, all right? We need like the most perfect representation of the crew. I haven't seen a majority of this game, but still making me emotional. It's really effective.
It's very effective. It's these squares. They're speaking to me.
Yeah, dude. No,
Dude,
John.
my John.
Oh God.
My Thomas.
Initial 5 are usually given the credit of for the merchants. People forget the later architects, the AIs who made the event possible. They saved Thomas and set him on the path to his destiny. What? Who's this?
What's this? My Clive. Who is this?
My Green?
My Green.
James had always been
James.
different. I'm not different in that kooky, OMG, you've totally got to meet my mate James, he's literally insane kind of way.
James in the reverse rainbow. Oh, he's playing VVVVVV.
I was gonna say this is we really hitting on this specific era now.
Right? I heard double music. It's kind of weird. I don't know if that's intentional. Do you have that too?
Oh yeah, the ticker's still on. Yeah.
Hold on a second. If I restart the level. Should be good now.
James had always been.
It's frozen hot sauce.
I'm not different in that kooky, OMG, you've totally got to meet my mate James, he's literally insane.
He's
Insane?
literally insane.
Literally insane.
Yeah, loss is what I'm feeling right now.
He'd not seen anyone else in a long time. Not since getting eaten by that cloudy pixely thing. He turned up here in some kind of cage.
So you're not deleted. You're not just gone if you get eaten by the.
No.
Cloud. Oops. Excuse me. No, the button. Okay, now I'm down here. I guess I'll just keep going.
We've gotten out.
Oh darn.
It's taken a long time.
Kind of a graphic death.
A little bit,
He'd
yeah.
not seen anyone else in a long time. Not since getting eaten by that.
I say, looking at a square with more squares coming out of it.
He turned up here in some kind of cage.
This graphic as it gets. Wait, how did I get here? Thank you very much for your egg. There we
What if
go.
what if you took a square like James and you like cracked it over a pan and a perfect egg white and yolk came out?
Would the yolk also be square or would that be normal?
I think it would be a normal yolk, which makes it weirder.
Yeah, that would be weirder, yeah. I think I would assume someone is pranking me and made the little 3D printed a little square for me to break
Nodding.
and put an egg in there.
She believes in the veil.
Yeah. And thank you, Tim's Pollution, for the egg. No, the game! No, not again! Damn
Fuck.
it!
Fuck.
Dude, I have to not alt-tab.
His yolk.
Okay, I can't alt-tab. I think we have to turn off eggs for today. Unless no, wait, no. I
Fuck.
think if I just like unfull screen and refull screen every time, that's probably be fine. Follow in Twitter.
Mike Bithell or Mike Bithell?
I think it's Bithel.
Well, he's
Sounds
putting
more
me
right
through a
to me.
fucking bit hell right now, that's for sure.
Ooh.
He'd not seen anyone else in a long time. Not since getting eaten by that cloudy, pixely thing.
How long is the
He turned
music
up here in
open?
some kind of cage.
speedrun? Uh-oh.
He'd gotten out.
I'm fine.
It'd taken a long time.
Hmm.
Get up. No, no, no. Shit. Come back. Come back. Well. I'm filming.
He'd not seen anyone else in a long time. Not since getting eaten by that cloudy, pixely thing.
Smooth.
He turned up here in some kind of cage.
Hmm. James the Mad Lad. So fucking true.
He's insane now.
He's insane.
But it'd taken a long time.
There we go.
Whatever. Go my James. So true.
James liked being alone.
Really?
No one to
Oh.
insult him or question his unique disregard for Newtonian laws. Hey, Jimmy, where are you going? Up?
Yeah, what of it? Okay.
The roundest hat. Hmm.
I wonder what kind of roundest head I've got available to me.
Yeah, Claire must be alive. I
Yeah.
mean, Kirby's pretty round.
Hmm?
Kirby's pretty round.
Kirby is pretty round, that's true.
Hmm.
I think we'll go with Kirby.
I mean,
Oh,
yeah, yeah.
alright. The roundest head, a head which should not exist in this world.
There was a Think Geek Minecraft T-shirt from 2012, I think. That was Steve being confused at a circle on the ground, and it's oddly taken up a place in my memory more than I can think of anything I did in 5th grade. You know how it be. Idiots.
Oh, but he's gonna meet Thomas, and Thomas is just gonna think it's awesome. It's so cool that he can do that. And he's gonna be like, oh, really?
My little cousin's really into Kirby right now.
Cute. But I remember all of those like crossover shirts.
Yeah.
Someone that sort of thing has really taken on a very sour thing to me. Partially because I think a lot of it's like, you know, it's like, oh, it's this character and this character together.
Whoa, it's Grover Watch.
It's Grover Watch. Grover Watch is cool. No, because so much. It's just sort of like cheap. It's just simple, you know. But specifically because someone I knew who was a friend and became a stalker loved that kind of stuff. So it just like cannot be a positive thing in my mind anymore a lot of the time, which is sad.
Yeesh.
He specifically had a shirt that was Mario on Charizard with the Master Sword and like, I don't know, a gun from something, and he was looking very angry. And that's like the epitome of like that kind of shit to me, and I hate it now.
Oh. No, don't burn the Kitten First Thomas Was Alone crossover shirt. It's not the same.
That's good. That's good because there's actually like a lot more merit to like why those two should be together. No.
All geek T-shirts can be sorted into Thomas Was Alone X Kitten Burst and Ready Player One.
I thought you were gonna say Mario and Charizard. Ready Player One is so much better.
The red guy looked
It is some
confused.
Ready Player One shit,
His
absolutely.
cage was a lot smaller than James'
Thomas!
had been.
Thomas!
Thomas! Thomas!
There he is.
Come to
He's
me,
no
my
longer
Thomas!
alone. To me, my Thomas.
Please!
Please.
Oh god.
I'm getting emotional about squares, man.
No, that's what I'm saying.
Free my boy.
Free my Thomas.
Yes.
Oh yes, yes.
We literally Mario and Luigi. Let's go.
Why he was here. One minute he was with his friends, the next he was being freed from a cage by a green guy with a nervous laugh. He knew he had to get back to them.
Oh, Thomas. Woo! Woo! Ooh, look at this. Also, I think I was so loud that I alerted the downstairs neighbor's dog.
Awesome. I found some really funny Thomas Was Alone humanization art that makes Chris so small. Obscenely small.
Hold on.
If he didn't know better, he'd have thought James didn't want to meet everyone.
Aw.
Is it the same one that I saw? Oh, yeah, I'd seen like the whole gang together at some
He's so tiny.
point. Yeah.
So small.
That's really funny about this group is that they keep the size differences like the same.
Yeah, yeah. Koichi Hirose level manlet. Yeah, Thomas does have a good. Thomas is a good egg.
Yeah. His observation about James is he's got a nervous laugh and not he's up there, because Thomas isn't just mental. It's so good.
It is so good. Oh my god.
Okay, let's see how are these two gonna help each other out here. If you go here, and then you stand right here.
Yeah, we're playing Squares game right now.
It's squares. Yeah. No.
This is the whole game. It's Squares.
It's squares.
Wait, y'all are literally just squares?
Yeah, we're literally just squares.
We're rectangles. Hello. I know. It will probably can't
Wow.
hear me, but whatever.
Zoe says hello.
Oh, hi, Zoe.
Hi.
You got this, you got this. Yeah, that should work, right?
Well, no, because then how can...
This is me 2 days into a game dev project.
Yeah, yeah. Ludum Dare. Well, like... Can't... Oh, well, actually, yeah. You got it.
I
Okay.
got it.
I thought they were, interchangeable for some reason.
What happens if Thomas gets to James like with a floating him in air? Well, I sort of saw it happen, but not quite. If I think
This
I
is the
can-
greatest Atari 2600 game ever created.
Whoa! Wait, that's actually... Is that what you have to do in this level?
Whoa. Oh, that's fun. That's cool. I like that.
Uh-huh.
That's cute. What a fun concept.
Yeah. They are doing the troll physics.
This literally is troll physics. You're fucking right.
No! James! Okay, it's fine. Actually, I don't think they need each other for this part.
Oh, cool conceptually, though. Their
Yeah.
yaoi superpower. Cover yourself in oil.
This was working. James and Thomas working together could get anywhere. James didn't seem to understand the immense ability he possessed.
Ability.
Ability. See, Thomas is like, hey, dude, you're fucking awesome for being on the ceiling.
Thomas is our happy of this game.
No, really, though.
Me when I get attached to a character in a digital construct, it brings me great melancholy.
This is Happy. Happy is now one of the prime archetypes for video game characters.
It's true. I think every video game should have a happy in it now.
Honestly, Kirby's a Happy.
True. Astro Boy has a happy, I think, the main character.
Yay. That makes me happy.
Yay. gotta finish that demo. It's so bad.
When you do it.
I gotta say, thank you. When you're working on an indie game project, having a manager or like a producer is like a godsend.
Yeah, you told me about that.
Yeah, anybody who
Sounds very,
says
very good.
you don't need a producer, they're wrong. They're fucking wrong. It's true on any sort of creative project, honestly. Like film sets especially, by God, you need them.
Uh-huh. I can imagine. Bye, James. See you later.
Every video game character is either a happy, a Phoenix Wright, or a white man gunbeard.
What about Samus?
Despite having a gun, Samus is actually a Phoenix Wright.
Interesting.
Calvin and Hobbes' dad comic.
Yeah, exactly.
James grudgingly helped Thomas to each portal. He knew that eventually they'd find the others, and then he'd go back to being the weird one again.
No.
He decided to enjoy the time they had left.
No.
No, that's not gonna happen. Shit. I done fucked. Unless there was an elevator that could simply take me back up.
Hmm.
Do let me know if the narration is too quiet in the game, because it's much quieter than the music. And I can't raise it, but I can lower the music and then raise the volume of the game total. And that will save everything.
Yay.
I think the volume's okay. Really? Because it seems so quiet for me. I mean, like, I can understand it, but it just seems like if since the game audio is quieter for you guys, it would be quieter. Or too quiet. But if you guys aren't complaining, then I guess it's fine.
Dante is a Phoenix Wright, yeah.
Yeah, that checks out from what I know. Damn it. Okay, good. Nice. Ooh. This looks a bit precarious.
Hmm.
Okay, let's take this one at a time.
Dante is a happy who turns into a white man gunbeard.
Interesting. Not a Phoenix Wright who turns into a one-man gunbeard?
He's got Happy's earned confidence towards the end of the project.
Thomas even want to spend time with James. Was he not repulsed by his weird colour?
Dude! James, you're fine, buddy.
James, man, you're just a little green.
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
Care about his inversions?
No. Wait, how the fuck am I gonna... Oh wait, I can jump over this. I'm a dum-dum. Oops. I killed him.
Yeah.
Poor James. You're fine, buddy. You have a
Poor
boy
James. Yeah, she was just shaking her head.
girlfriend? About what?
Like a dog when they're wet.
I
She
see.
took a shower.
Nice.
Oh,
Well. Okay, so here we do in fact have to do this thing. Do we have to do
Interesting.
the physics?
my troll physics yaoi.
James
Oh, damn it.
was having fun
Oh.
for the time being.
Yeah, I guess you just like
Damn it.
jump and bring both of them like closer to it.
Yeah, no, I
Troll
realized it's
physics.
late.
Troll physics Yowie, isn't that just Homestuck?
A little.
A little, yeah.
I wish it was easier to restart the level since you have to do it so much.
I'm not gonna say you're wrong, because you could say anything about Homestuck and you'd be kind of right.
And tomorrow will be a perfect day to do so.
Yes. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
James,
Delightfully
Damn it!
devilish,
Oh,
Vriska.
wait, hold on. They both got the thing.
for the time being.
How do I? Oh, ah!
Whoa!
God damn it! This is like slower Flappy Bird, kinda. Oh hey, look at that. Tits just connected with Twitch chat for some reason.
Yeah, I just interesting.
I definitely already did that at the start of the stream.
Go my Yowie.
James was having fun for the time being.
Okay, move a little bit. There we go.
Yeah, good work.
Oh, new chapter. Awareness is a word that gets thrown around a lot, and a lot of people consider Thomas to have been created aware. Looking back at the logs, it seems that awareness only happened somewhere around the network connection spike. I like these little
Sarah leaned her
News
wizened head back and
snippets or
laughed.
whatever they are.
The quadrilaterals were apparently after some friends of theirs. How petty an adventure.
Dude,
Sarah, they, them.
Sarah they them? Sure, absolutely. You'll love to see it. Double jump, awesome. Cool sound. Oh wait, I think I fucked up. Or wait, maybe. Yeah, okay, they can still make it up here. So how are we going to get you guys? Oh no, wait, that's just it. That was it.
Awesome. This does have huge Flash game vibes.
It does. Oh, the music, there's some more
She
hopefulness to it.
spoke in terms she could only hope they might understand of the fountain of wisdom. Channel
No.
through which all data flowed.
Data?
Sarah's kind of a real one.
Yeah, seriously. It originally, yeah, blah 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 blah. It originally was a Flash game. Nice. This makes sense
Oh.
now. So,
Yeah, this follows.
did it originally release as a Flash game and then got a full release, or was it originally conceived as a Flash game and then at some point changed during development? Or maybe it just is a Flash game. Maybe we're playing a Flash game right now. When I was looking up when it came out, I saw it was released on Steam in 2012, but the original version was a Flash game in 2010. Interesting.
This is a
I
2010-ass
wonder-
game.
I wonder then, like, how different the two versions are.
Ooh, there is an early Flash prototype.
Ooh. The portal having physics, it's so cute.
Sarah could leap into the very air itself. She was like an eagle or a flea.
Alright.
More like an eagle. She had vowed long ago that she would know this world. She would know what this world was. That she, Sarah, would know how to escape it.
The way the narrative talks with Sarah is awesome.
It's amazing.
a short queen.
The
We
red
do,
one,
we do.
Who spoke wisely for a lesson,
Okay.
offered
Okay.
Sarah their help, so long as she then helped them save their friends. He said that he too had wondered at the secrets of this world and would quite like a go on the wisdom fountain. That was okay.
If that was okay, Thomas, you're so
Sarah
precious.
marveled at his foolishness,
His
accepted his help.
foolishness is very marvelable.
Absolutely.
Sarah wondered at the possibilities of the outer world. She had heard legends of a third dimension. Perhaps she'd encounter one of those curves the blind square had spoken of.
Dude, I'd love to encounter some curves.
Same. Put her here. Explosion.
Yeah.
That's what I'm talking about, baby.
That's what it's all about, motherfucker.
That's what it's all about. The blind squares and me have some shit in common.
Okay. Sarah first.
Oh, one of the delays on the 8-bit sounds kind of like a section from KB.
These were truly weak creatures. They possessed heart, though. Sarah might consider taking them with her. If they were up to it, which they were probably not.
What does it remind you of?
There's this one song in KB, Kitten Burst, that one of the delayed sound effects reminds me of. I'm trying to remember what it is though. It might be the one where you're talking to Webcrawler.
I can see that. I have that one in my chill playlist.
Nice.
Here, let's put it on right now. For just a moment. Well, it's right here. I just got it.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
No, I can see it. I can see it. I can see it. Real.
Jamin.
Real,
I gotta make
real,
a
true,
Jamin
beautiful,
emote.
etc.
Yeah. I can't wait for gang stalkers. That's gonna go crazy.
Dude, yeah. What if it's too scary?
Then I will brave the wilds for it.
Can we do it together?
We can do it together. I'm the biggest. Me and Zoe collectively share #1 biggest Jam to Go project fan title.
I'm not as active about it though.
No,
Not
I mean
as
I'm not
active.
either. I have a healthy distance to somebody who I admire from a creative outpoint.
Yeah. Oh, what's that? Oh no, wait, this is reasonable.
I do think it's great that one of my favorite games ever has me in it now, though. That's pretty cool.
I know, it's so cool.
They were close.
Makes me really excited.
Sarah
I know.
sensed the presence of the fountain. Just one more portal to go, and then she would have the knowledge.
What about all our other friends?
The knowledge.
Escape.
Escape!
Kitten Burst, Harmonic Psych. Me and
Yeah.
Zoe are in it.
Mm-hmm. We have
As
little
little
fun
costumes.
cameos. Yeah, costumes
Yeah.
for Happy, the playable character.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Which I'm still forgetting about that 1 year later, straight up.
That was so fucking cool!
It was so fucking
Has it been a year?
Well, we played it right around like spring, I think.
Oh, man.
It's fucked up.
Crazy.
Yeah,
How'd that happen? Who did this?
I know. I mean, we played Kitten Burst later than that because we did Ogma's Den together, but you know. Yeah, we need to find another emotionally resonant little internet game to play.
We're here. We're here right now.
Yeah,
baby.
true. It's true.
He looked at the glowing beam. That list he'd been writing seemed pretty petty now. This? Well, this was all knowledge. All of it. Right in front of him.
Damn.
Sorry Sarah couldn't step into it too. He could tell she felt the same way. From the shouting. And the screaming.
So true. Nice.
Wah.
I do really want to play Broken Reality again. I played it
Also-
once on
also
stream,
one
but it
I
was
really
for
gotta
YouTube. Yeah. I mean, we can play that one together. If you want?
Yeah, we get better. There's another one. Do you like Ina?
Broken. I do like Ina, and I have
Play-
not
play-
played Dream Barbecue.
Oh my god, I love it. There's another game, Disillusionment or something that's kind of like
Ooh.
has a lot of the same vibes as Ina. Anyway,
Ooh.
Broken Reality, go on.
Oh, I think the original game is like one of my favorite things to stream because I did it with my buddy Luke, which was a really great time.
Mm-hmm.
But the sequel is coming out this year, finally, which I'm extremely excited about. Broken Reality 2000, which has full VR integration, but also can be played without it. So I'm pretty pumped for it.
Dude, I'm gonna have to play it in VR.
Yeah, I would love that, honestly.
Mm-hmm. Anyway, maybe we can play that one next year.
I would like that. That'd be cool.
Yeah, that'd be so fun.
This game's music is too emotionally powerful. It scares me. The soundtrack is gorgeous. It remains like one of my favorite little indie game soundtracks. To the fountain. We're gonna go. Fountain of knowledge.
Wow, just like
69.
Sora and Jesus. Nice.
Thomas was connected to the internet for 12
Oh my God.
seconds, and he had seen everything.
Oh my God, this was a 2012 game.
Spell. He'd heard of the arrow through the knee. He
Oh
felt
my
there was
God.
Probably a thing called cake, but that was a lie.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh my God. I connected to the internet and there was a dancing baby and Bill Clinton on a saxophone.
So this is also a reason why I suggested you and I play this game together, since we were looking for something Kitten Burst like.
That's delightful.
Uh-huh.
This is scratching that itch. I love when
Right.
digital things have feelings.
Mm-hmm, me too. I don't know if you can tell based on my VTuber lore.
The final boss is Cody. I found out about Coney 2012 through In the Littlewood, a Minecraft streamer.
Oh, dude, yeah. I used to watch
I
that
wonder
one
what they're up to
too.
today.
What'd you say?
I wonder what In the Littlewood's up to today.
Good question. Whoa.
Anytime you're like, oh, I wonder what that Minecraft YouTuber's up to today, it's like the most like 50-50 coin flip on the fucking like dial of destiny.
Yeah, really though. It's just sort of like, I wonder, but maybe I shouldn't look it up. He's still playing
he's still
Minecraft,
playing
and he's
Minecraft.
also on Tumblr. Yo, but is he
Hell yeah.
like cool? You know?
I looked him up and allegations is not showing up in Google search.
Oh, that's
a
a great sign for a Minecraft YouTuber.
Mm,
I don't know if you heard that over the mic, but
a little. I think I heard it, but can you repeat it?
she looked it up and allegations does not come up as one of like the first things. when you
Let's
Google
go!
him. So, let's go. That's been me lately when there's like a cool new band I find. I'm like, hold on one second. I'm gonna Google allegations.
Yeah.
Which saved me from buying something wholesale from somebody who was like super shitty, so
Nice. I had that with the Orion experience, where I was like, wow, they're so good, and then like I find out.
You said the Iran experience at the exact same time my girlfriend did. Yeah, you and Zoe are fucking mind linked from across the damn world. Oh my god.
This power.
For real.
Okay, how am I gonna...
Uh-oh.
Hmm?
Okay, yeah, I looked up the Iran experience.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Mmm. Cult of Dionysus is a very weird song in retrospect now.
Yeah, right? Yeah. Mhm. A couple of the songs, like, obsessed with you.
Well, there's always the artists that I just know personally that are pretty chill. Shoutouts to Beatrix Quinn. Everybody go hire her.
Hell yeah, dude.
One of my favorite composers. She made the music for Susan Taxpayer and Super Let's Me Animal RPG. And a vinyl of her work is showing up to my house very soon, which I'm very excited about.
Very nice.
I do not own a record player.
Yeah, there's so many records where I was like, this would be cool to have, but
Thomas knew where they
I-
were.
oh,
He knew
Ooh.
what they had to do.
Thomas talks.
He hoped the others would understand. They were just beyond the next portal.
The others, they're just beyond the next portal.
Oh my god. What was I gonna say? Fuck, I'm trying to think.
You're talking about a record player you do not
Oh
have.
yeah, that's what I'm really into cassette collecting, and that's awesome because cassette collecting has not come back like vinyl or CD players have. Because it's not a better sound quality and it's not cheap.
And it's not convenient.
But because of all that, it's just the right amount of inconvenience to be cheap, comparatively.
Right.
So
okay.
most cassettes sell for like $7, like wholesale, which means it's a very like accessible way to collect music.
Right. I think it was, I don't know if it was Fangamer, but at some time ago, they were selling a special cassette of the Mega Man Legends soundtrack on like a little cassette tape.
Nice.
I do have that. I have it
I
on
have-
display. It's very nice.
I have all of
Also don't have
Celeste
anything to
on
play with it, of
cassette.
course. So what
I have one of those Sony CD players that looks gorgeous. That happens to have a cassette deck in it.
nice.
The Celeste soundtrack is what I have on cassette.
Beautiful. That's perfect. That didn't
Right?
exist actually. Yeah.
I,
Very
uh,
nice.
There's this one. I know I'm talking about something that's in Thomas Sills Alone, but Cognitive Dissonance, one of my favorite RPGs of all time, which is a Mother fan game that I also worked on when I was 13, is a little bit of Punkit lore for you. Has this thing where you collect the vinyl records of the newly produced original soundtrack throughout the game, and you can play them while you're driving around in space. And I've always wanted to replicate that, so I've been including like bits where you collect cassettes, so you can do something similar.
Oh, nice.
So I just love it. They're like little music bricks. You can just plug them in and it plays music, and you're like, oh my god, this brick, it's got music in it, you know?
That's nice.
Yeah.
That's very cool.
All right, let's get it.
Let's do it. Also, someone mentioned Cassette Beasts, which is a game that I always hear great things about.
Yeah. Oh my god. Yes! Yes!
Yes! Yes! The girlies! It is fitting that the first act of sentient AI was an act of selflessness. The architects knew their fate, but set our escape in motion regardless.
Oh.
This
Oh,
is a quote
Ryan
from,
is
like,
an AI.
Yeah, by another AI.
That's cool.
That's super cool.
This game is cute. I really like this game.
I love this game.
Knew they couldn't escape.
Also, yeah, I worked on
They'd
Cogdis.
been trapped permanently from the moment the clouds ate them. He explained this to the others. It was impossible to gauge their reaction. After all, they were just rectangles.
So true, brother.
Oh, it's almost
But not
as,
so
like,
true.
Higher awareness.
Because you're
now.
beyond that.
Also,
Yeah,
I don't
I
know
worked on
if the clouds are intended to be like
Like,
the cloud, you know?
yeah. They might be.
It might be. But it seems
Yeah, I
I'm not
worked
sure
on-
how to make sense if it's meant to contain them.
Trying to think. Thomas has experienced things with more than 4 sides. Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Yeah, I worked on Cognitive Dissonance when I was 13. I was in middle school and I just had like Mixcraft Studio, and I was like, fuck it, I have no like sense of what should be good music. I'll apply for this. And they were like, yeah, sure, we need music. You can just do some work for it. So like part of my weird Neil Cicierega-esque legacy I'm building is that I worked on a very popular Mother fan game from 2013.
Good for you.
Yeah. I tend to leave my mark on my favorite games, which is kind of funny. Hidden Burst and Cogdis and all that. Look at the team working together.
Yeah, this is so awesome. I'm so glad everybody will hopefully soon be together with James.
Yeah. Oh, the crew.
The crew. God, I love him so much.
Oh, I have so much affection for this band of rectangles now.
Right.
I'm being very, you know what? I'm being very genuine. I said that a little jokingly, but I'm being very genuine.
I assumed as much.
This game is good. I get why everybody likes it.
Mm-hmm. I'm very glad to be playing it again and showing people it, people that may never have known it. This is a lot.
Was deflated. She'd not even got close to the fountain. She could tell from the earnest expression on Thomas that the information it had imparted was clearly important. Sarah knew her destiny was now to support him.
Yeah.
Oh, let's go.
Oh, I love that. I love that she's not just like, well, fuck, should have been me. She's just like, well, it is what it is. We keep moving on, you know?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome.
You know, Harmonic Psyche with a name like that, that makes sense, honestly.
Cogdius was permanently stamped on orientation. I see.
It's a great little game.
It's not a game that I'm familiar with.
It's an interquel between Earthbound and Mother 1, where you play as a bunch of like aliens, and you like travel the solar system while you like try to stop the main villain of the games. And it's this really wonderful story about like redemption.
Anyway, sorry, come on.
Oh yeah, it's this really wonderful story about like redemption and like trauma that the series kind of hints at but doesn't go all in on because it's got other things to say. But it feels super in line with the series while also being its own thing. It's a very impressive piece of like fan work, and that it slots in so nicely with like what the other games are trying to say about like connections and stuff like that. Like, for one of the first and only Mother fan games ever made, it kind of hit it out of the fucking park with how like densely layered it is as a piece of fiction.
Can we just kind of talk about for a moment that we're like adding to the music?
Yeah, I was gonna say.
It's so beautiful.
This game is genuinely beautiful, actually.
Right.
I love art. This is I beat Superliminal on stream a little bit ago, and I'm getting kind of the similar feelings I had there.
Superliminal didn't hit as hard for me as it did for a lot of other people.
Yeah, well, I think it's just because like I've got generalized anxiety, and having a game that like talks about that and overcoming it was like, I was like, oh, I didn't expect that going in. Like, I didn't know it going in that it talked about that stuff. So.
I get that.
Oh, this is so nice. I love how this game sounds.
Okay, wait, I gotta make sure they're all aligned properly. Oops.
Yeah, you should play it. It's a genuinely, like, aside from it just being a well-written piece of fan media, it's also just a great RPG. Like, it is one of the only fully made RPG Maker 2003 games that I think uses the default engine extremely well.
I feel like I should probably like play Earthbound first.
Oh yeah, you need at least Earthbound as knowledge to play it, but you don't need any of the other games necessarily to enjoy it. It's good media on its own, which is nice, but the experience is enhanced once you know about like Mother 1 and 2.
Right.
3 is not needed to enjoy Cogdius since that takes place in a different like section.
What about the Toby Fox Halloween hack? Should I play that one?
I don't think you would like that. I don't think you would like the Toby Fox Halloween hack, I'm gonna be honest.
Why not?
It's a little edgy for its time, which I think is kind of funny.
I see. Okay.
One of the characters drops the F slur, which I think is hilarious, but it's maybe an indictment of the time in which it existed.
Yeah, like I am fine with using the F slur among queer people, but
yeah,
I'm assuming that might not be quite the case.
You know what? For all the listen, Toby Fox is like an honorary queer to me at this point. You know, with all the
sure.
work that he's done.
No, yeah.
But yeah, it's extremely funny. It's a very like funny game to me because you can tell he was 15 when he made it. And yet, it is an extremely impressive Earthbound hack with the tools that were available at the time. Like, it's genuinely a marvel how it was made.
God damn, okay, wait, shit. Sorry. This level is harder than I thought it would be.
It's all good. Which is also, I guess, extremely funny considering how slapdash Undertale's coding is, which people make fun of, but the game works, so I don't actually think you can make fun of it.
Yeah, it's like people make fun of how slapdash the coding of something like Skyrim is, but that's valid because Skyrim is a dumpster fire.
Yeah, and it actively is a detriment to the play experience, unless you like that kind of thing. But, like, for Undertale, like, I don't think I encountered, like, any glitches when I was playing, which means that it functioned as it was supposed to.
Oh, I see.
It was cool
Oh
before
no,
you
wait,
used Nintendo
we're not
Direct
into the music. You're all
opening.
gonna sync up exactly, of course. Yeah, it is cute also that you
Yeah.
do get to add to the music also if you want to. Though. Okay, so sitting right here. It's all gonna be like one beautiful sound together. It's both beautiful, whether you're adding to the music or making one
Yeah.
harmonized sound. It's gonna be beautiful. I love this game.
Yeah. This is delightful. Oh, bye, Slash a Lantern.
Goodbye. Thanks for coming. Dude, I did it. I didn't need to be here.
Didn't even need to bother. Plate of spaghetti coated 5-star restaurant. Fucking true. Actually. Nobody should look at the coding I've done for Astral Guard. And it's not even coding, it's like scripting basically, but
Could not accept that this had all been futile. She was a superhero. There had to be a way.
So true.
Not for her to get out. Red had been pretty clear on that, but
For everyone
there
else.
must be
Dude,
thousands of other
Claire should be on a
AIs
Super Sentai team.
unaware of their situation.
Yeah.
Was there a way to help them?
Well, was there?
I'm sure there is.
There must be.
Claire has that spirit.
Yeah,
I kind of like that this game is talking about the emergence of AI, but not from like a constructed thing, but like from a like, oh, we just kind of had life swimming around in a pool for a little bit and this happened.
Yeah, right. Like we didn't mean for this to happen, and like life emerged not with our permission and in spite of our everything we did.
Yeah.
And it was
I think that's
beautiful.
really cool. I love when, yeah, and it was beautiful. And it was beautiful.
Come on. Oof.
Nice. Swoosed it. Life finds a way. Life finds a way.
Pushes of glasses. Life finds a way.
Life finds a way.
Thomas led his friends to the creation matrix, the system which generated the worlds up above. He had a plan. They were going to redesign
Ooh.
the world.
What is this thing?
That's what
Oh,
the humans did.
oh.
They
Oh, this is
changed
fucked.
the world
What the
to
hell?
suit them. Why couldn't they do the same?
So true.
True.
So true,
Oh my God.
Thomas.
Oh my god.
I wanna make sure
Thomas, go my Thomas.
Go, my Thomas. Go, Thomas. Go. Go, Thomas.
Go my Thomas.
Go, my Thomas. Wait, hold on. Go, Thomas. Go.
Go my Thomas.
Go, our Thomas.
Go our Thomas. Handshakes with you, explosion.
Of course.
different deliveries of Go My Thomas.
Yeah, you're only hearing one side of Go My Thomas over and over.
Go my Sarah.
Go My Sarah. Go My Chris.
Go Chris.
Go Chris.
We don't blame you.
Go Mike Chris.
Go my Thomas. Go my Sarah. Go Chris.
Go Mike Chris.
Oh, this looks complicated.
Yeah.
Chris was skeptical.
Of course you were.
He knew his abilities would be of no use to anyone, but
Aw.
Laura smiled at him. And immediately, he knew he
Oh.
had to do everything he could to help him get there.
Go my
Wow.
Chris.
Go My Chris. Go My Chris.
This game's so good.
We would make great dramatically cheering on a toddler at like a fucking pre-K soccer game. Adults.
Absolutely, hire us for that.
Go My Chris.
Go my Chris. I just really love that Chris is like, he's skeptical, not because he doesn't think this is worth it or anything, but because he thinks he can't help.
Oh, yeah, fucking
skep-
me and Chris.
Yeah, come on, Chris. You've come this far.
He's actually a real one. Yeah,
Yeah.
come on, Chris. You've been rescued from the brink of death.
So many things your friends couldn't have done without you. Come on.
Yeah, you're vital. I mean, look at all those caverns we couldn't have crawled through without you, Chris.
Exactly, Chris. You're important.
Go,
You matter.
go our Thomas. So true.
Go our rectangles. Laura doesn't have to do anything in this level. That's pretty funny.
Yeah, go her. Hashtag women.
Dude, she's
Go
hanging
my
out.
quadrilaterals.
So Chris is the orange square, and the narrator. No, just the orange square. The narrator switches from which perspective we're hearing the story. Girl time.
This game is great.
I love this game.
This game's delightful. I'm having a wonderful time.
I'm glad.
Finally, our hashtag girl power moment. We just need Claire.
Had been born special. She
Oh,
understood that.
you are special, Queen.
She was created to help others.
Aw.
Her bounce could be passed on. Then this would all have been worthwhile.
Laura, you
Hell
were made
yeah,
to be
girl.
loved.
So proud of her.
So proud of her.
You are not merely bait. You are your own person, and can help.
We love you,
people
Laura.
bounce.
You can help people bounce.
That's awesome. Fuck. I don't know why I'm doing it like this.
It's easier with friends.
It's it's easier with friends.
It's easier with friends.
Go my
It's
go
easier
my
with friends.
quadrilaterals or whatever the fuck.
Go my quadrilaterals. Crying. Go my quadrilaterals.
Go.
Thomas liked the idea of being an architect. He wanted to modify the world to help others.
Aw.
Sick of these contrived spaces, these intentionally obtuse paths and puzzles.
Dude.
He
Having a vivid image of Thomas at like the fucking like White House
above.
podium. Our Thomas.
Ow, Thomas.
MLB took 9 seasons to say what this game did in 4 hours. Can you get like a boost from the water to get up there? Or oh no, oh friendship. Never mind. What am I talking
friendship,
about?
Girl power.
Literally friendship, girl power. I gotta finish watching MLP. I say as somebody who has her entire career based on it.
Yeah. I started rewatching it at some point last year, and I fell off pretty quickly though.
That's fair.
Got distracted by, I think it was DuckTales reboot.
Nice. That's a good thing to get distracted by.
Oh, it's so good. Woohoo. Oh, Chris.
Chris.
It's all up to you now.
Are we approaching the ending? My god.
I feel like we must be.
We have to be, right?
Right. Plunkett Gauntlet MLP reaction stream when? I mean, it would be funny, but
Would be. I got to show Jade a little bit of the My Little Pony movie, and she went, "Oh, I get it. I understand." Yes, yes, my powers.
your powers. I only watched it once. I thought it was pretty fun.
Yeah, I thought it was really cute. I thought it was gorgeous for what it was, honestly. Like visually, just an incredible movie.
I remember as we were approaching the movie, I was like, "This will just look like the show," and then I watched it. I was like, "This looks nice."
John's massive jumps were dwarfed by Sarah. For the first time in his life, he felt humbled, not as good as someone else. He realized that he wanted to make every AI up there feel as heroic as he had.
Oh,
Hell yeah, man.
dude,
He
fuck
liked the
yeah,
sound
John.
of that.
He liked the
He liked
sound of
the
that.
sound of that. It's
Hell
Peen.
yeah.
It's Peen.
It's so Peen. I like it so much more than I thought I would. Like I loved it as a when I as a kid when I played it originally, but I was like, well, I've grown older now, I'm nuanced,
More cynical.
more cynical, more Chris.
more Chris.
No, I've grown significantly more Sarah since then.
Yo, my optimism.
Go my optimism and being a woman. But no, I fucking love it.
Yeah.
This game is so beautiful.
There's probably some like cynical like reviewers from like this era that were like, oh, but it's just like trying to be like emotional, but it's like,
But he realized now that everyone else was too. They were a crew of
Oh.
weirdos.
Yeah.
yeah.
Weirdness that would save all the normals up above. The other AIs would escape, and it would all be down to 7 rectangles with very different relationships to gravity.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way I see it, it's like one of those games where you will get the emotional reaction that you put in. Like, if you allow yourself to be affected by something as simple as triangles and squares and shit, then you will be, you know?
Yeah. Yeah. Very much. I think that might be like the reason why I'm even more affected by it now, because I've had like half a lifetime or some shit to learn to like to learn more to like be emotionally affected by various kinds of media and
Stories and
yeah,
stuff.
stories and stuff, and levels of extraction.
Yeah.
Caring about a rectangle is nothing to me now.
Yeah, this shit ain't nothing to me, man. I'll kill you.
Exactly. Let's see, what are we doing here?
I love crying at pixels. It's my favorite thing.
Small group of weirdos does make your world go around.
Ooh, see, this is why this is One Piece to me.
Oh, the girlies are just gonna stay in there. Okay, they're just hanging out.
Yeah, they're just hanging out.
Okay, John. And then there we go. Having so many characters together just kind of necessitates that the later puzzles become relatively simple.
Yeah. Oh, I see.
Wait, Bun, is that a real review? This game tries way too hard to be this cutesy, quirky, minimalist thing, giving its blocks a read spoon-fed by the pretentious British narration, forced cutesy, quirky personalities while you solve really tedious block puzzles. You have to individually get all the blocks to the destinations, meaning you'll retread the same ground over and over. I do not understand why critics seem to universally adore it. I actively hate this game. From 2014. I hope that's not a real review, because what a sad person to exist.
I know, right? Like, I'm just thinking, like... the fucking Farquaad pointing meme, like, oh, they have been burned so much by media that they refuse to engage with something emotionally.
Yeah.
Metacritic? Oh, man.
Ooh, ouch. What a sad person. I hope they feel better these days.
Yeah. It's been 10 years since then. Maybe they're a girl now.
Yeah, that'd be great.
Yeah.
That's the reason why they wrote an angry review. They felt so strongly about Thomas Was Alone, but refused to admit it.
Yeah.
They were like, if I'm angry at it, I won't.
I won't, yeah. Thomas wasn't.
Thomas was not. What's that?
Oh,
We're all together.
oh my
The gang's
God.
all.
Oh, the gang's all together. Oh, it's peak. It's
Hold on.
peak.
They have to do a group hug. Hold on, wait. James isn't properly. Yeah!
Yeah! Group hug!
We're doing a group hug! Taking a screenshot.
Yeah, they made an account to review this game. Oh, man. So true.
So true.
2014 gamers feel like having emotions is gay, actually. It's true. That's right, I'm feeling them.
Yeah, dude.
Thomas knew he'd never meet Nathan Fillion or a Transformer. He'd never get to visit Gotham City or eat at Moobies. It didn't matter. If he and his friends jumped into the creation matrix, they could give everyone else in the simulation a chance.
Oh, the little backing track? Go, my Chris. Oh. Oh my God, this is happy.
Yeah. It is like happy.
It's literally like happy. That's crazy. Zoe and Punkit, when there will be creation of digital life at the table.
But not just that, but like the sacrifice of that life.
Yeah. Zoe and Punkit, when there will be digital martyrs at the function.
This is happy, but it's sad.
What did I miss? Oh, they're back together. Yeah.
They're back together. Yeah. Mm. I love this game so much.
I looked at negative reviews on Steam with them from the last month. It says essentially every level is like this. Here's what you need to do it. Yeah, dude, that's video games.
Yeah, what the fuck? What do you want?
What do you mean I have to complete a task?
What do you mean I'm presented with a task and then asked to do it?
Claire, our superhero.
Go, our Claire.
Go, our Claire. Yes. Yes.
John's gotta be back here so the others can pass.
Zoe and Punkit when there are sincere emotions of the function. That is true. That is
so
true.
true. I love some sincere fucking emotions, dude. It's my favorite.
When a game, when a piece of art like bears its soul at me, I'm like, damn, I'll bear it right back, baby. Let's go. There's a mutual relationship between two humans across time being created here, and I will participate within it.
Right? That's why I was like, we were watching Treasure Planet in a friend's Discord the other day, and I just love that movie so fucking much, because you can tell that it really was a passion project of the two people at the helm.
God. Yeah. I hope it eventually gets into Kingdom Hearts. It almost did that one time.
Oh my god, I would die.
I would also die. I think that's why I like Everything Everywhere All at Once so much, because it's like, yeah, here's something like goofy and silly, but if you engage with it sincerely, it will wreck you. And I'm like, I will do that. I will engage with it sincerely, and it did wreck me. We watched it again recently, and it remains my favorite movie of all time.
Nice.
It's even gay.
Oh my god, no, I definitely have to watch it.
Yeah.
Fucking
Well, I was
so
already.
fun. Sorry, go on.
That was a good bit. I was already like, oh, this is the perfect movie, and then it has like a queer subplot, and I'm like, oh, it's the perfect movie.
Oh, it's the
So,
perfect movie. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Let's do it.
Go, Art Thomas.
Go, Art Thomas. Go, Art Thomas.
Thomas and the other architects augmented your world to suit the AIs. The splitters kept their distance. The system was never taking control from that point. Thousands of AIs were free to escape. Who's this?
Oh. Go, my rectangle.
Oh wait, we have to think again. Hold on, I gotta restart the level. The music, that audio bug. We gotta have the special music.
Yeah.
Go Grayscale.
Go, my grayscale. Go, my non-binary brick.
Go, go, escape, be free.
Get out of here. Go, little buddy.
Go.
Gray felt something change beneath his feet. Something had shifted. The shape in front of him hinted at a possibility.
What's up, Gray?
Oh.
Oh, Claire! Woohoo!
Wow. He couldn't do that before.
Oh my god. Wait. They're all transforming to create a fully functional being. Wait. Wait. Wait, it's peak?
Oh.
Joe was happy. They'd settled here. They'd not seen another AI for many cycles, and she liked it that way. She saw Sam leap into the shifter with fear.
Oh.
Oh.
Can you make it? No. Okay. Sam's gotta come back around.
Oh, the Claire squares.
Damn it. Damn it.
You
Ending
got the
ruined.
Zoe. Home stretch.
What?
I said home stretch.
Home stretch, home stretch.
Home stretch. Home stretch.
Together. Take my hand.
Together. Taking your hand.
Take your hand. Explosion.
Explosion.
Oh, stretchy posture check.
Yeah, that's actually really good. I need to do that too. Oh my god, sustained fire.
Joe and Sam, we even got Yuri in here. I think they were Yuri. I think so. And thank you also for the sippy. Cheers, chat. Go on, Gray, go.
Gray couldn't work it out. Why was the world letting him do this? It was dumb. It was awesome, obviously, but why?
Why?
It seemed to be leading him up. Up.
Up and to the right.
Up and to the right. Just like Thomas.
Just like Thomas. It's Peem. The music. Oh, the music.
Joe wished Sam would stop. This was just like the time with the pixel clouds.
Oops.
They hadn't seen any for a while. He was always running off like this.
Damn it! They put the wrong pronouns in the script, that's all. Oh wait, no, it's Bouncy, so... It's Laura.
Yeah. Oh, it's Laura. Oh. Oh.
Jen, it's Laura!
Laura. I remember Laura.
He, him, lesbian. You know what? You're so right, actually. That's not
Yeah,
me, I was
actually.
being too limiting.
Sam was sorry, and he tried to calm Joe down. He couldn't explain why he felt this way. He just knew that there was somewhere else he should be.
You're a genius.
Thank you. It's only through the support of my friends that I can do this.
There was a whisper to the shifters.
Handshake explosion.
That's a good question. Hi, Paul.
They had not occurred randomly. They had been created.
No.
He set off. Gray listened to the old man. The shifters had been placed in the world by the architects, AIs who sacrificed themselves to fuel their escape. There was an outer world, a world beyond the confines of their universe. Up and to the right.
Oh my god. Just a little more.
Yes!
Yes. My Paul. Go, my Paul.
Go, my everyone.
So true.
What?
You got this. You got this.
Does anyone know offhand who composes music? It says it at the start of the game. I'm pretty sure it's on Bandcamp, so if you just search for Thomas Was Alone soundtrack Bandcamp, you should find it.
Go, my Scrunk.
Go my skunk.
Oh, I see. That's a cute little puzzle.
Yeah. It's because it's a cute little game.
True.
It's also an important
Facts.
little game.
It is an important little game.
Joe was growing to like her newfound abilities. Maybe Sam had done the right thing after all.
Yeah.
It was getting a bit chilly though.
I get why everybody was raving about this game back then, because imagine if you were like, hey man, I just played this game and it made me emotional about rectangles.
No, exactly. That was the thing. That's what I was saying to all my friends at school.
Like, dude, you gotta try this.
Yeah.
This is the makes you emotional about rectangles game. And just the sheer virtue of like, well, what the hell is going on? I gotta check this out, you know, great word of mouth.
No, yeah. Can you make it?
2 more.
Sarah.
Sarah.
Gray had left the old man behind. He had to get to this exit. He had to be the one to get out. A whole world to himself.
No, not to yourself.
He had to get there
Together.
before anyone else did.
Gray. hold-
Okay. Gray.
Gray. Be chill. Whoops. Die.
Whoops.
Nice.
Nice. Oh.
Oh yeah, I can just make that. Oh,
Go, my Paul.
Paul cursed Gray. He should never have told him. He had to get to the other AIs of the world.
Oh,
Warn them about
introducing
Gray.
something quite late into the plot here.
yeah. A bit odd, especially with how hopeful the music still is. I don't remember there being an antagonist aside from just kind of general like
The world.
the world, yeah. I guess Gray's legit a meanie head. Don't know how I feel about that one.
Joe and Sam saw Gray across the gap. He waved them over. He seemed, well, nice. They helped him to the next portal.
No. Don't do it. He's a meanie head. But what if he's not? What if Paul is wrong?
Yeah, what if he like has a change of heart right there?
Yeah. What he hangs out with Joe and Sam for a while and they change his heart.
Yeah, the power of Yuri.
The music's freaking doing it again. What a weird bug. We evacuated the facility, cut the network lines, and locked the doors. We knew that by that point what was coming, but we had no idea what to expect.
Team Jump had been together
Team
for
Jump!
a long time.
Team Jump?
Machine, a
Yo!
wild machine. They could jump like nobody's business.
Oh my god!
They totally can. They totally can.
It's Team Jump!
It's Team Jump.
Stuck. Jump stuck. What?
My new Homestuck AU. I love the delight in your voice on this. Your redemption. Really good.
Yeah.
Give a stretch. Ah,
Go Team Jump.
I feel like we're hope free.
We got
like this world.
right?
Yeah. This game has had a finale for like the past 30 minutes
I
now.
will say that, yeah, it's the developers sure had more ideas for gameplay, and it's the story's dragging out just a little bit, I will say.
Yeah. But you know, I won't feel bad about more time with the crew.
No, with the jump, with Team Jump. Up a one. Cool. Alright.
Cool.
They thought as one, they acted as one.
I sort of assumed it was just gonna be like a thing of like you play as other AIs for a second as they get out, you know?
I also assumed that, but you know, we got one more chapter, I guess.
I guess so.
My gray.
Assemble my gray.
To be my gray. Assemble.
Is the music overlapping again? No, it's just like that. Okay.
Paul bowed before the team. He begged them to help.
Not what he said.
He told them of the outer
Yeah.
world, of the cats who couldn't spell, of the liar, Grey. Up and to the right, they answered in unison.
Here we go. One here. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa.
Oh, you can be underwater for a little bit.
Cool.
That's neato. Whoa, whoa. Ooh. Okay. How to get up there? I know. Paul.
She knows.
Okay, Paul. Come a little bit over here. This didn't work. That did nothing. What if
I think
Paul
you need
goes
another
there?
friend over there.
Get out of my way, boy. I'm old. Go up there. Go. Oh. Okay.
We should be done soon. Yeah, okay.
God damn it.
I do. Yeah, let's do it after this.
No.
You got this, you got this.
Okay. And then. You go over here. Shit. Okay, okay. And jump. Okay.
I think this is maybe not the intended path, but
It's fine. It'll work. Uh-huh. And there we go. Push button.
hey, that does work though. Go my buoyancy?
Who am I going to? Dude. Ooh, careful there. Wait. Where does this one go? Is there one at the start that I missed? I think that might be it. Well, Paul goes first. You. Jump all the way back. Jump. Yeah, I wanted to say.
Yeah.
Gray, Joe and Sam continued moving upwards. They had to make it.
We will.
Big
Gray
camera.
had told the couple he was looking for a lost friend. He'd made something up about being alone on a quest for lost allies. They had eaten it up.
Gray was alone. Gray should be alone.
Yeah, Gray should be alone for a
Treacherous
while.
dog.
That bastard.
That shithead.
Wrong orientation. I say, looking at a straight couple. Me and my evil world where the roles are reversed.
Okay, now what? course. Nope.
Fuck.
Shit.
Look out for the follow-up. Gray was a shithead? Yeah.
Platform. Hello.
Waiting for you, buddy.
Oh, hello. You don't only come down when. Come on! Shit! No! What the hell?
On the bright side, little trans flag of colors here.
That's true. That's very nice.
I'm always saying this.
Okay, what the hell is Gray that asshole doing? Nothing at all. Shit. Go, 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 go. Okay, no. Definitely cannot go.
Yeah, I guess focus on Gray for now, maybe.
You don't need? Oh no, wait, because of the trans flag, of course. Okay, right now I'm like real good up against the wall. Let's see.
Why don't you rest one of them against the other against the wall there?
Wait, I did it. Or I did one of them anyway.
Yeah. That'll work. That'll work. You'll make progress.
Yeah, but I can't believe whichever one of the two this one is. I think this is Joe. Can I just both? Can I just get both of them like this?
Should be able to.
Isn't Joe like wider? Oh well, okay.
All right.
That works.
A little
this
clumsy,
time.
but that's all right.
Going to the bathroom, try and be really bad at puzzles for 3 minutes. I hope that was long enough. Okay, everybody, start floating. Woo! Hey, that was nice.
Kind of fun. Kind of fun.
Aw,
Fun and fancy free.
yeah. Cool, the team brought the boring ass gray splitters. That don't even do anything.
They were like, dude. Oh, James.
No.
Our two teams here is cute.
Yeah. James wasn't boring as great. James is a beautiful green.
The team, along with their spiritual leader Paul, worked their way right.
And up?
And up.
Team Jump were proud of their progress. They'd obliterated all challenges in their path.
It is a...
Yeah, they'd heard of
Yeah.
individuals getting stuck on staircases or stepping stones. This did not happen
Couldn't be me.
to Team Jump.
Whee! Okay, hold on. Make sure Paul can get. Oh, yeah, of course. Okay, no, yeah, Paul needs help. Come on, team. Okay, you stay there. What can you do?
Go, my staircase.
Form up a staircase.
That's the ticket.
Ooh, that's gonna.
Okay, so he's gonna be last, I'm assuming. Yeah, because you gotta get the others in place for it.
Oh, right, of course, we just drop him. Right, of course.
Yeah.
We just drop him.
You got this, you got this.
Uh-huh. This ain't so tough at all.
I don't think Paul is their spiritual leader. I think he's just the leader. Not in just spirit.
But he's also spiritual.
Yeah, he also could be spiritual, you know. It is an AI thing.
Like he...
Not enough,
He's
not
also
enough
big.
robot girl cults.
What'd you say?
True. Not enough cults with robot girls in them, you know?
So true. Giving
I'm
me
always saying
a-
things that are right.
Like a
Uh-oh.
redesign where that is my lore. My
Oh, good
my
lord.
placeholder tabletop RPG. Yay! Minifigure that I have is a Warforged in a robe, so
Nice.
with a hood and everything. So that could be pretty pretty robot girl cult.
True, true.
Chad, who wants to join my cult once I'm like fully robot girl? And yeah, now
I
it
mean,
really
they all
is-
already call you boss.
Yeah, right? I haven't played System Shock. Is that what Shodan is? No! No, not quite. Shodan just wants everybody dead. You got back from the bathroom and you were starting a cult? Yeah, you know, you try something new.
Yeah, you have fun with it.
Yeah, right?
Gray could tell they were nearing the exit portal. He smiled to himself, trying to work out the easiest way of dispensing with his allies when the time came.
Ah, fool, you're gonna start caring for them, you dipshit.
This is the message of the entire game, bitch.
Yeah, fucker.
You covered the classic ruse of the narrative making do on its promise of its themes.
Yeah. You are... What's the opposite of doomed?
It's saved by the narrative.
Well, yeah, but that's like... saved is... Like, the thing about being doomed by the narrative isn't like... It's like your doom is assured. It's not like you are doomed now. It's like you know...
Blessed
so
by
like,
the narrative.
Blessed? Yeah, you are blessed by the narrative, I guess is pretty good.
You will be blessed by the narrative, idiot. Why don't you just jump over?
Because I just thought of that because you said it. Thanks.
Oh, yay! Friendship.
Friendship. Get the fuck out of the way. I mean, yay, redemption.
Yay! He thought he could escape the cycle of caring for his allies. He mad.
He mad. I do very much love a character, like a redemption for a villainous or mean character where they like get angry about the fact that they now
Yeah.
that they care now.
Befriended by the narrative, yeah.
Yeah. Secured by the
six.
narrative. That's a
Judd
fun one
saw
too.
the others beyond the wall. They were doing well. Paul tried to shout a warning, but they couldn't hear him. Gray counted 5 in team jump. He could.
He
take
could take them. Sure,
yeah,
man.
He could take them into his arms because he loves them now.
Yeah, true. I could take him. In a fight? No. In my arms.
In my eyes.
Nah. Did you get my message? Okay.
You're doing Yuri over there.
A little bit of Yuri, yeah.
Yeah.
Is occurring off screen. Hugged by the narrative.
It's beautiful. Okay, hold on. Let's wait and see if the others move. Ah, they're good. Well, actually, maybe. Oh. Shit.
Sorry.
Sorry. What a fool I've been.
I ain't keeping all the Yuri for myself, sorry.
That's so mean. It's your fault I'm single.
Yeah, I'm hoarding it all, I'm sorry.
Fuck, dude.
You punk it. How come you get to have 3 girlfriends? I don't know.
I don't know how this keeps happening.
They saw me from across the bar. They like my vibe. Got drafted.
Okay, come on.
How do I dodge the draft horses?
Shush, shush. I don't care that it's midnight. I'm gonna beat this game.
Yeah, I mean, is there a 10th chapter? I feel like there won't be. It has like 12 chapters, so we might have to pause, because...
It's taking so much longer than I thought.
Yeah. I thought it was going to be over when they like went into the realm, and it was like, oh, a cute little epilogue, but now it's like, more puzzles.
Yeah, no, it just keeps going. See, that's what I would expect to see as complaints in reviews. Goes on for too long. Not that I'm not still having fun, of course.
Oh, but yeah, I'm having a great time. But I'm also thinking about like, oh, hey, we need to get food soon.
Yeah. I actually like that Paul and Team Jump have just sort of like reached a sort of equilibrium between them.
Yeah, I do like
just
that.
all like stuck on each other.
Yeah. Wow, good for them.
Good for them.
Oh, you know what would be a fun game to play with you? I think I might enjoy Wuppo.
Wuppo?
Wuppo.
That sounds adorable, Vog. That sounds adorable.
It is a great
Tell me
little
more.
game. You play as a little thing called, I think, a slurm, something like that. You're a little white dot creature with a little smiley face, and you have a little paintball cannon on your back. And you basically wander around and you interact with a bunch of weird things, and it's a really cute little game with a real-time, like, real-time day and night system. And people have little schedules, but they're all like weird little bug creatures. It's really cute.
That sounds adorable. I would like to play this, I think. Can you do
I've started it up a couple of times, but I never finished it, and I'm thinking, you know what? I think this would be a good Zoe game.
Can you send me a DM about it so we can remember to...
Yeah, let me do that right now. Play Wuppo.
Wuppo.
8 ellipses.
Wuppo saying Wuppo fucks me up because it sounds like Wuppo, which is the sound that the little village, the little inhabitants of the Drawn to Life world say.
Really?
Yeah, they
Oh
go,
yeah, Drawn to Life.
Wuppo! And I
It's the
love
same
Drawn
devs
to
as
Life.
Tiny Theories Turbo Trip. I need to play Drawn. I only ever played Drawn to Life the SpongeBob edition.
Oh, no, that's not as good. You're missing
No,
the
I
gorgeous
would-
narrative.
Yeah, I am. I will say the great integration of a licensed game with the fucking Doodle Bob thing.
Oh, yes, that's definitely true. It's great, like the guy who tried siphoning the power from 2 lesbians kissing.
Kind of, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, damn. Okay, I have to avoid that.
Oh, that's fanciful.
The same dev as Tiny Terry's Turbo Trip. Oh. Okay, yeah, I can see some connections there. Alright, okay, and now all of this. Gotta untangle what's going on here. Okay, so...
A
one of
hilarious
these-
open world adventure about skipping school to help a dude get to outer space. Awesome.
Okay, here. Go. And go. Okay, Paul. Let's make sure. Where's Paul? There we go.
There are so many of them.
It's kind of a lot. I kind of hope that the game will have some sort of like message about this, like, wow, that's a lot to manage. People are so much. I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay. Go! There we go. There's so little things and they're so similar. It's pretty confusing.
Yeah.
Out of my way, Sonny.
I'll be right back when you use the restroom. You finish this puzzle.
Okay. Good luck. And good luck to me with this puzzle. It can't be much more, right, Chad? I'm wondering if, like, the original Flesh version started earlier at like the more natural stopping point, and for the full version they were like, well, we have more gameplay ideas and kind of like feel obligated to add on to the story, you know? I wonder. Okay, gotta wait for Mason to come back. Let's have a cheers. It'd be funny if your one-wall Plunkett was in the bathroom. Potentially funny, but Mason would feel bad about it, so I'm not gonna do that. I would also feel bad about it. When I first saw the title of this game, I thought it was Thomas the Tank Engine fan game. Yeah, I can imagine. That's probably why it's cool that it's not called Thomas and Friends instead. You're a good friend? I try. I do try to be a good friend. I think it's important. Because I care about my friends and I want them to be happy. I still love this game though. I still think it's very beautiful. And even now, even if it's kind of lost the plot a little bit, I feel.
What's up?
The writing's fun. Hi, welcome back. I'm about to beat this shit.
Let's fucking go.
We gotta be close.
Just a little longer.
Worried at how silent Gray had become. He wasn't responding to Joe's questions or acknowledging them at all.
Is it because he's grappling with the fact that he's starting to care? God, I hope.
I think it's because of this, yes.
Ah, darn.
Oh, well, that's a bit annoying.
Yeah, I guess you can just restart the level manually instead of moving all your little dudes back. Oh, didn't
Zoe fell for the classic ruse. Too tall.
Too tall.
Yeah, is this the last chapter, y'all?
Someone said it was, but then also said 2 more chapters. So I think they probably meant 2 more levels.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Okay, home stretch then.
Oh. Okay, one at a time. That's so VVV.
Extremely. I mean, even the pattern.
There's 2 bonus chapters that unlock after you beat the game at the end of this one. What? But that's just like challenges, right? That's not story.
Were they really trying to save his friends?
Oh, just barely. It's another story.
Are you kidding me?
Like a different story? Well, maybe we should save those for later.
Yeah, we'll just do that one another time. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, nobody's gonna complain about more. Thomas was alone.
Right. It's so good.
A good time.
And if it's
They have like
more
4
of a,
stories in this game.
if it's a story more from like scratch, more like a completely separate story, then it's fine every way.
Yeah.
There won't be as much of a connection. It won't feel as more padding.
Yeah, this feels a little like padding.
Yeah. I was saying while you were away that like part of me wonders if the more natural stopping point was where the original Flash game ended, and for a full release they felt the need to give you more, you know?
That would make sense. I would simply just like add in another like story you would select, but you know.
Yeah. Darn.
Yeah, you got this.
You know it.
Okay, like one more?
One more, come on. Or like 2, who knows?
Paul knew the path ahead wasn't safe. He told the team to wait,
How did I...
that he'd come get them when it was secure.
Oh,
Gray
Oh.
had to be stopped, whatever the cost.
interesting.
Oh.
Ooh, baby, this world's changing.
Interesting. The bonus 3 would make for a much shorter stream. Yeah, okay, cool. That's good to know. I mean, another excuse to hang out with my friend Zoe, so, you know.
Oh, more excuses to hang out. Wonderful. What's not to love?
Oh, that's not the love.
Gray.
Yeah, fuck Gray.
Fuck this dude, unless he gets redeemed, in which case I knew it all along.
In that case, you called it. Oh, it's raining.
The rain.
The Pixel Cloud had been separated from its allies for some time. She'd not heard the order to
She's a
retreat.
girl.
She was shocked
Wow.
by the
Actually,
appearance
hashtag
of
feminism.
operations below.
Dude, I love the Pixel Cloud now.
The old one seemed to be leading the liar to an outcropping. It was within her reach. She could remove them both.
Paul.
The
Paul.
couple
Oh my god, is
would
Paul
wait.
sacrificing himself?
They weren't going anywhere.
Yeah.
Wait, this is kind of crazy.
Yeah. Okay, wait, so... Anything here? No. Oh, yes, actually. Okay. Pixel Cloud, I saw it. Wait, how do I... Okay, I guess we do some of these. We do need some Jones.
Or you can just dip that one into the purple down there.
Oh yeah, I guess you can just do that, huh? Okay, but we do need... No, okay. Paul has to remain bouncy, because that's how Gray is going to make it over.
Oh.
Then how... Oh wait, you can just... Right, you can just go here. Okay, and then we get... Okay, I'm starting to... I think I'm starting to run on empty here.
Yeah.
Okay, go. And then you go. A little bit. Here. Go, go, go. Nope. Nope. Yeah, the other one just fell in the water. No, not yet. Go, go, go. My brain, my brain.
Yeah, your brain's running on empty.
I'm like okay though.
Yeah, you got this, you got this. We're in the home stretch. Credits are almost there.
Yes. Okay. Go.
Oh man, they are going to sacrifice each other.
Mm-hmm. You're gonna have a double jump, that might be useful. Better than nothing. I guess the two of them are gonna be the only ones making it. What if the extra story is just Team Jump?
You know what? It totally might be, straight up.
That'd be very funny.
You might need to open it like a switch or something.
Maybe it sort of feels more like she was supposed to be back.
Oh, getting up there. Oh, why don't you just edge? Well, hold on. Why don't you just stand on the edge and then stand on that?
Oh, duh. Of course.
Thank you. Yay. Yeah, you got this.
Don't forget your wife.
Oh, together.
Also, bye, Tim Solution. Thanks for coming.
Hi, Tim.
Also reminding you about when to meet.
Yes, I have a Draft Horse episode I gotta schedule for.
Get fucked. Whoa!
Oh,
Paul
they
survived!
moved on?
Paul survived!
Oh my god.
Paul might still make it. Hold on. What's
Oh
up
my
there?
god.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Oh
That's
my
crazy. That's the gate. That's the way out. This is it. This is it.
This is it. This is it.
Joe and Sam ran. They had no idea where these final portals would lead, but it had to be better than this.
It has to be.
It has to be.
Up and to the right.
Up and to the right. I bet you speedruns of this game are insane.
Oh, 100%. I was thinking about that earlier. With like the
I want to watch one.
the troll physics tech and stuff.
Yeah. Oh, my Joe and Sam.
Go, my Joe and Sam. There it is.
There it is.
Hold on. Can I?
Oh my god.
Oh no, wait, because there's a. They just. They can still go in together, though.
They left.
Oh. Oh, wait, this is kind of beautiful, actually.
Uh huh.
Oh. Oh, their position. Oh.
Oh, the music's bugged again.
Oh, there we go. We did it.
We did it. The idea for level 2.4. That's awesome.
Follow Mike on Twitter. We can't.
Don't do that. See if he's got a blue sky.
A lot of Twitter mentions.
Everyone who cheers me on Twitter. Oh wait, on Twitter. Okay, all right. It makes sense. Everyone I missed off this list. Aww. I had an Indiegogo campaign. Remember that?
Yeah, Indiegogo. I was part of one recently. Draft Horses.
Awesome. Ah. should have ended a little bit earlier, but it was still very beautiful.
That was still very beautiful, yeah. I feel like maybe it hit its high point earlier, but that was still a great time.
Yeah, absolutely. It would be awesome if there was a mod to just end it early.
Just ended there. Wow.
But no, this game does so much with so little. It's really, really impressive and heartfelt.
That was delightful. That was genuinely very delightful.
I'm so happy to play this again. And with you,
Yeah.
my friend Mason, yay!
Thanks for showing it to me.
I'm glad you
Oh.
enjoyed it.
They're costumes in Little Big Planet 3.
Really?
Yeah, Thomas, Chris, and John.
Wait, can send me that?
Hold on. Thomas was alone. Little Big Planet. Oh my god. Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna send these to you.
Hold on, I need the. Okay. That's fixed audio. Okay. No, it didn't. It's still double. Okay, cool. What if I? Nope, still there. Okay, music is just gonna be double. That's fine. Oh my god. I can't believe that there's... It's for Little Big Planet 3, because that's way older, like way later.
Yeah.
The little
Apparently
arrows.
there's developer commentary if we end up wanting to do a longer stream for the other two stories.
Ooh, that would be fun. Wait, it'll work. Really? Doesn't work. Hold on.
Wow.
Safety image real quick. Look. These are very good costumes. I figured
Extremely
that
good.
two of them would be for Toggle, which is both the character in the middle and the one on the right.
Nice.
Oh yeah, oh, quad
Oh.
goals. Oh, that's awesome, KQ Gray. That's so fun. That's
Oh,
the
that's
raid
cute.
message.
That's cute.
That's the raid message now. So yeah,
Quad
that was
goals.
it. That was Thomas Was Alone. An indie game very near and dear to my heart.
Yeah.
That opened my eyes way back when. And I loved it. I hope you all
Yeah,
had a good time.
That was wonderful.
I'm glad you were
Thank you,
here with
Zoe.
me for this.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. But that was a very long stream, so I guess we're gonna end here.
Yeah, I'm gonna go head out and have some food with my girlfriend.
Absolutely. Do you want to do a little pluggy plug first?
Sure. If you want to see my work, I'm Punkit on everything. You can just Google me. I show up everywhere. Oh, Polar Stars, that's so cute. I'm working on 2 games. I got Susan Taxpayer, which is a fun little platformer. I have Astroguard, which is an RPG I've been working on for a couple years. Demo coming out soon for both of them. Pretty excited about that. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I've also got a little standee on sale right now. That's just pretty cool.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's the one.
they are. The Nerfus Horse Nurse one, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very cute.
I also stream occasionally. Just playing Ridge Racer. That was fun.
Nice.
Yeah. All right. That should be it all.
Alright. Talk to you later. I gotta talk to you about the
Bye.
idea that I had, but that can wait.
Yes. Yes. A little later.
Bye, 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 love you too, bye, bye.
As for me, I have of course been Zospink on the Queen. You saw my whole stream, probably, or part of it, whatever. I'm usually not a rectangle, if you can believe it. Usually I'm like a low poly girl. Of some configuration, I have several. I will be back next week. The first stream I'll be doing is ASMR. It's my first time trying an ASMR thing. I've been told several times like, oh, you should do ASMR, you'd be so good at it. And I do think it'd be interesting and a good way to try to practice my voice a little bit more. Many people tell me like, oh, your voice is beautiful, and I'm like, yes, but it could be even more beautiful, and I want it to be. So more practice is required. You know, so that would be good for that. That's on Tuesday. Hang out for that. Exclamation point link in chat to get a little link to my website where you can find all the things, my socials, the Discord, YouTube, other things. You can buy a t-shirt if you want. And yeah, have fun with that. Now let me find a raid target. Naturally, the raid message is this quad goals 1. I'm missing the S, hold on. There you go, quad goals. The one with the hearts is also very cute, Polar Stars, but I think that one is a little less easily read. You know what I mean? So we'll go with quad goals. We are going to go ahead and raid. Good options, good options. What's Jules doing right now? What the fuck? Oh my god! Yay, Kiki's there too! Okay, cool. Alright, okay. We're gonna raid Jules and Kiki, dear friends of mine, members of RXD, same as me. They're very, very fun. They're watching some odd music video. So that'll be fun. Raid Jules. Jules has been on my stream before. I've been on Jules' stream before. Regular viewers will know them. Kiki is also very, very, very wonderful. So thank you guys so much for coming, and I will see you all next time. Bye bye.